All right, live from Annapolis, Maryland, it's the Environment and Transportation Committee. I am your cheerful and friendly chairman, Kumar Barve. I'm joined by the equally cheerful and friendly vice chairman, Dana Stein, and the wonderful members of my committee. So let me just first announce the order of the bills. We have 15 bills, I believe. We have 80 more than 80 witnesses, apparently. So the first bill is going to be my bill, House Bill 936. And then the second bill will be Delegate Boyce's House Bill 880, followed by Delegate Saab 921. Delegate Clark has two bills, 954 and 956. Delegate Kerr has House Bill 960. Delegates Lutke and Stein have House Bill 1031, then Delegates Buckle and Beitzel. It's not alliterative, but it's sort of alliterative anyway. House Bill 1075, then Delegate Stein, the vice chair, has two bills, House Bill 1067 and 1068. Delegate Boyce has, oh, you have another bill. They usually will, you know what, we're going to keep them separated because with Zoom, it's really not so much of a problem, but it's Delegate Boyce has House Bill 1070, and Delegate Holmes, in his ongoing quest to have more bills than Delegate Stewart, Delegate Holmes has House Bill 1110, followed then by House Bill 1126, Delegate Adams, House Bill 1133 from our very own Delegate Charles Otto. And then the last bill is going to be House Bill 1149, Delegate Jacobs. So we kind of have a long public hearing today, but you know, when you've been through a climate solutions bill, anything seems short, right? So, okay, I'm going to begin the testimony on House Bill 396, which is being introduced by both me and the vice chairman. And for a personal first, I'm going to share screen. Dig this. There we go. All right. There we go. All right. So the bill is a Blue Ribbon Community Solar Land Use Commission. And I am showing to you what I personally regard as, how should I say this, the most important chart for anybody who cares about global climate change. And what this chart does is it shows you the relative cost of different types of energy. So if you look at the very top here, this is solar rooftop residential. So the solar panels, like the ones that are on the roof of DFH's home, the cost is $147 to $221 per megawatt hour. Okay, so what does that mean? The next bar chart is solar panels on the top of a commercial facility, like a big box store, like a Best Buy or something like Home Depot. When they put panels up there, it is, hold on, it is $67 to $180 per megawatt hour. Next is community solar, which is what we're going to talk about in this bill. And that's, I have a little camera blocking that, $59 to $91 per megawatt hour. That's community solar, and that's where you have to put solar panels in a field, similar to what several environmental groups of the Montgomery County Council banned in Montgomery County. Then you'll go on to the truly industrial scale solar, whether it is crystalline solar, $30 to $41, or thin film utility scale solar, $28 to $37. So, okay, that's solar. And then if you look down further on the chart, you'll see that nuclear power is $131 to $204 per megawatt hour. Coal is $65 to $152, and gas combined cycle, that is natural gas, the most efficient way to burn natural gas, is $45 to $74 per megawatt hour. So really what we're talking about here is we're talking about the cost of natural gas versus the cost of community solar. And community solar is what this bill is all about. You may remember that I've mentioned this a bit about how in Montgomery County and several other jurisdictions, local counties are banning community solar. And community solar it's affordable. And for those people who live in apartment buildings or condos, or who have a home where your roof isn't facing southwards, which is what's necessary for rooftop solar, community solar is the only kind of renewable solar energy that is really available to people like me and my wife, who are renting an apartment in lovely downtown Rockville town center. And so the bill is, I'm going to take this down for right now, but the basic point here for anybody who says we don't need solar panels in fields and we can just do it on rooftop, let me just point out again, this is super expensive on a rooftop, even if it's on the top of a big box store, very, very expensive. There are lots of reasons for that, and I will go into it if somebody wants to ask me the question. But for right now, the only affordable forms of solar energy are the forms that are in fields. So having said that, let me say that if we are to deploy affordable solar power for average Marylanders, then we're going to have to put them in fields. And if we want to do that logically and responsibly, we're going to have to do that with the consent and agreement of the stakeholders who are involved. And so that's what this bill does. This bill is going to establish a blue ribbon commission relating to community solar development. And one thing I do want you to know is in Montgomery County, of course, the NIMBYs who were opposed to this said, oh, we can just buy our solar energy from the Eastern Shore, Western Maryland, or Baltimore County. Well, the community solar statutes are such that for it to be community solar, it has to be, you have to live near where it's generated. I guess the most specific way to put it, under state law, subscribers who purchase community solar from a generating facility must live in the service territory where the project is developed. And so we really do have to have solar throughout the entire state of Maryland. We can't have a situation where people in Montgomery County sort of imperialistically demand that other parts of the state generate their electricity. And the only jurisdiction that can perhaps legitimately make that such an argument would be an urban jurisdiction like the city of Baltimore, because you don't have the open fields that the rest of us have. And so obviously, though, it would still have to be in the BG&E service territory. And so the purpose of House Bill 936 is to bring together stakeholders, including, let me read this because I want to make sure I don't exclude anybody, the Hogan administration or whatever administration will succeed him, the Maryland General Assembly, local governments, agricultural interests, the Farm Bureau will have a seat on this, environmentalists, and the renewable energy development community, the actual people who build these facilities to create clean, renewable energy. And so, ladies and gentlemen of the Environment and Transportation, that in a nutshell is what this bill is intended to do. We have to do this. We have to do it with the input and the consent of all of the people who are stakeholders, legitimate stakeholders in our state. And so I'm going to leave it there. Strangely, no one is testifying against the bill. Odd how that happens when you're the chairman of a committee and it's before your own committee. But in any case, I've really made an effort to include everybody. And it's my hope that as a result of this, that this will pass muster in our committee and hopefully in the Senate as well. So I'm going to proceed through the witnesses who've signed up. And then, of course, we'll entertain questions from the committee as we always do. So let's first start with Mike Tidwell with the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. Mike, are you with us in the house? There you are. The soft and fuzzy zealot, the soft and fuzzy zealot himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
And although I took liberties with my time, you only get 2 minutes. Sorry.
Got it. Got it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Mike Tidwell, Director of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network and CCAN Action Fund. And on behalf of our 25,000 members across the state, I want to express our support for HB 936 to establish the Blue Ribbon Community Solar Land Use Commission. And as the chairman said, this is a pretty straightforward commission. We just want to gather information. We want to bring stakeholders together. We have strong renewable energy goals in the state, 50% RPS by 2036 with a 14.5% carve out for solar. Plus we have a community solar statute, and the solar has to go somewhere. And I will tell you, in my county, Montgomery County, same as the chairman, there are farmers in our ag reserve who are getting hammered by climate change, by floods and extreme weather. They want to harvest sunshine. In fact, many of them, it's the only way they're going to hang on to their farms. But it's been made difficult for them in various ways in my county. And I think that it's only fair that we have a commission that looks at all our counties and brings in all stakeholders and brings a measurable and balanced approach and says, you know, we're doing well in this county and maybe we want to do more in this county for these reasons. I don't think it's fair to expect our rural counties or the rural portions of our suburban counties to carry all of this load when some counties, and I would again count my own, is not doing enough. And I think by coming together, having this conversation, clarifying where community solar is already being built and where it's not being built and where we need it most makes sense. And I want to thank Chairman Barve for establishing this commission so we can have that conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, so let's next go to Rob Garagiola, who is with Compass Advocacy. Rob, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You've got 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for sponsoring the legislation and the Vice Chair as well. Rob Garagiola with Compass Advocacy on behalf of the Coalition for Community Solar Access, which is a national trade association for community solar. Also, I believe we have members of the Economic Matters Committee, which I think is secondary, who are also participating on this as well. Look, oftentimes, you know, commission bills don't get a lot of attention. They gather, you know, dust on a shelf. I think this one's very important. And I've been involved in renewable energy issues in Maryland for about 20 years. We're talking about community solar, which is a critical component of meeting our climate change goals. This is not the large scale utility solar that takes hundreds, potentially over 1,000 acres. Community solar is essentially 10, 20, maybe 30 acres at most. There's set limits in law each year about how much community solar can be deployed in a particular service territory. And it allows individuals, low, moderate income families, others who can't otherwise have access to solar to be able to participate. If they, you know, if they can't put it on the rooftop, they can be a subscriber for community solar. This commission is critically important because what the objective is to bring all the different stakeholders together and get a sense of how do we apportion the component of, you know, renewable energy, community solar, into state policy. You know, it needs to go somewhere, and each jurisdiction needs to carry its fair share of that. And it's not going to end with a mandate. It basically is going to say, look, Montgomery County, this is probably the target you should be shooting for. You know, and then it's the policymakers in Montgomery County that have to decide, or Queen Anne's County. This is the, you know, based on population, based on a range of things, this is the target. So that's the objective with this. And with that, Mr. Chair, would urge a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let's turn next to Leslie Elder. Leslie, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes. Leslie, are you with us?
I am. Thank you, Chairman. And I apologize for any background noise. I just got off a train. So thank you also for sponsoring the legislation and your leadership on this issue. We really, really appreciate it. So I'm Leslie Elder. I'm the Mid-Atlantic Director for the Coalition for Community Solar Access. We're a national trade association that works to build and maintain community solar markets across the country. And we work together with our members in order to implement best practices in every state that we work in, including Maryland. So I represent 80 members, and I have some members that are headquartered in Maryland and others that are investing in it. CCSA members have been active participants in the Community Solar Pilot Program and are very thankful for the opportunity to work with the state agencies and interested parties to find solutions to achieve the policy objectives for the state and local jurisdictions. House Bill 936 creates a venue for critical stakeholders to determine recommended land use needs for the remaining of the community solar program, pilot program, and then also the pending permanent program. Barbados House Bill 936 is simple and ensures the necessary conversations can occur for community solar siting to meet layered policy goals of local jurisdictions, the state, and all interested parties. This is essential to evaluate the progress made in the pilot program and ensure recommendations can be made for that pending permanent program. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and we look forward to a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll turn to Samuel White with Fair Farms, Maryland. Samuel, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes.
Don't believe he is present at the moment.
Okay, well, we'll come back to him to see if he shows up. Okay, Bruce Beriano. You know, this is the first time I've ever seen you on a Zoom if you're here. Bruce.
I'm here.
Welcome
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
I can, and I can see you in all your glory, Bruce. Please.
Well, very kind.
Whip some knowledge on us, but only use 2 minutes doing it.
I'll be very brief. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's a pleasure to be before you. I'm here on behalf of my clients, Washington County and Queen Anne's County. We fully support the merits and the purpose of this legislation, but very sincerely, Mr. Chairman, the rural counties, particularly Queen Anne's and Washington County, need greater representation on this commission. I know you have one person from MACO and one person from MML, but a lot of the land that is going to be utilized, and I don't disagree with everything you've said, Mr. Chairman, will be going to rural counties and counties with flat lands. And we already have earmarked, particularly in Queen Anne's County, large acreage for solar farming. But we really want greater voice and representation because we are the counties that are going to be looked to for the development and the outcome. And I think one member of each entity is insufficient, respectfully, and really urge you to consider one member for each region. There are basically 4 regions in Maryland, or at least increasing it with that sensitivity. We're not to be obstructionists, but we just want to have that full representation since our counties are going to be looked to solve the issues that you have. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and welcome to the 21st century, Mr. Beriano. Just joking. Next, let's turn to Dominic Butchko with MACO.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for having me today. Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. MACO supports House Bill 936 with amendments. And also, really quick, Mr. Chairman, I am also a resident of Rockville Town Center. I was not aware that we're neighbors. So,
okay, I'll have to ask you offline what building you're in. Okay, well,
yeah.
House, whatever.
So really quick, counties recognize the importance of solar and believe in its wide deployment as part of a forward-looking land use and energy strategy. There are implications with widespread adoption and questions around which tools to use to best promote this implementation. So counties act for these 2 points to guide amendments to this bill. First, as the illustrious Mr. Beriano said, counties would like increased representation on this commission, particularly 2 representatives from each of the 4 regions of the state of Maryland. And also, we believe that the commission should actually be expanded to look into all aspects of expanding a solar rollout. So capacity, tax benefits, land renewal incentives, et cetera. HB 936 is a great step in developing Maryland's long-term strategy, solar strategy. The proposed commission should be broadened in both diversity and scope to best develop the most coordinated and comprehensive vision for the future. And accordingly, MACO urges the committee to issue a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Dominic, I hope you're not trying to love my bill to death, are you?
Never.
Okay. Is Samuel White with us? We skipped over him because he wasn't present earlier. Mr. White? Okay, well, he can submit written testimony if he's not there. So anyway, We do have questions from members of the committee. Let me just say that just generally speaking on the whole issue of the composition of this Blue Ribbon Task Force, it's not like the legislature where a majority vote is going to carry the day. It's going to be the kind of a Blue Ribbon Commission where every point of view has to be represented. And if they disagree with the report, they can file a minority report or an addendum explaining why they disagree with an outcome, if that's the case. So I have yet to be convinced that that we have to stack it and compose it the way we would a legislative body. But, you know, I remain to be convinced one way or the other on that. So first question goes to Delegate Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question for the chairman. This panel, they would meet and formulate a policy and then report back to the legislature?
Yeah, that's right.
The ENT and whatever the appropriate arm in the Senate. And they wouldn't have the commission wouldn't have the ability to override any zoning ordinances of local governments.
No, my intention is that they would basically advise us as to the path forward for us to take. I mean, the legislature should have final say with respect to land use and zoning.
Okay, thank you. And I have one other quick question for Mr. Tidwell. Mr. Tidwell, I don't know if you remember me or not, but we interacted a few moons ago back down in Southern Calvert County, and when I was on the Board of County Commissioners. But one question I asked you then, and I'd like to ask you again now, is what is your position on nuclear power?
I think existing nuclear power is vital for our energy makeup going forward to fight climate change. We need the base load carbon-free power from nuclear. So I think we keep them running safely. I am not, however, in support of new nuclear development just because it's so expensive. But I think our existing fleet of nuclear plants should be maintained.
But you would not be in favor of new nuclear as opposed to large solar fields that have an adverse effect on the environment and the community in general, when you can develop a whole lot of energy out of one new nuke plant that would take hundreds and hundreds of thousands of acres to generate the same amount?
I disagree with the premise that wind and solar are bad for the environment. I do know that wind and solar are fantastically cheaper than new nuclear plants. And on that question alone, I think it would be unwise for the General Assembly or any policymakers to put more money in new nuclear when you can get much more bang for your buck from efficiency and wind and solar power.
Okay, thank you. It was good seeing you again, and you have a good one. Thank you.
You too,
Okay.
Delegate.
Okay, Delegate Jacobs is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I got kicked out again off the internet, and I'm hardwired. I don't understand what's going on other than I've got to put my tin hat on, I guess. But I do have a question, and I'm not against solar, but will this Blue Ribbon Commission be willing to protect prime and productive farmland? That's a big issue for me. So is that going to be one of their objectives or not?
I mean, not a primary objective. It'll be one of the considerations that they'll take into account. I mean, I think that, you know, I think that protecting prime and productive farmland is important, but it's not the only important thing we need to do in our state. So my view of this, Delegate, is that we have to do more renewable energy. We don't have a choice about that. We ought to do it in a way that makes sense for all the stakeholders in our state. And some of those panels are going to have to go on farmland. Some of them will have to. And I want to listen to the Farm Bureau and to folks who have opinions about this. So it's not a primary objective of what I want to do here, but it is a serious and important consideration.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next question goes to one of our friends from the Economic Matters Committee, Delegate Motz. Delegate Motz, welcome to Environment and Transportation.
Thanks, Chairman. It's great to be with you. And I apologize. I was supposed to be on a bill on Friday night, but I got my times all mixed up. But
yeah, I saw the text on Saturday.
Sorry about that. That for a process on this bill, will ECM also vote on it, or will it go through Environment and Transportation? Do you know, or?
Yeah, I believe both of us will vote on it. It's jointly assigned. Yeah.
Okay. So we have some issues that come up with solar and ECM. They're different than the ones that come up in ENT. And I want to share them and pose a question to Mike Tidwell, and also for the edification for all the members of ENT, because I would expect this would come up over at ECM. But Mike, so following up on Bruce Beriano's testimony, and sometimes because you live there, it means more to you. It seems like you're the center of the universe, but we always hear this on the shore that we are the epicenter of solar planning, because the land is flat. It's perfect for solar. It's very desirable, and the land isn't expensive. And I was going through the bill. The bill makes perfect sense. It's very logical, but it has some requirements on what the commission should study. And Mike, so I would recommend, or I would think this would come up as a potential amendment, and I don't want to be, it may be a little over specific, but to require the commission to hold hearings in areas where solar is likely to be prevalent. So it would make sense to make sure this commission actually has a meeting on the Eastern Shore, maybe Southern Maryland. I don't know if you could identify the places. There's a little bit of time. And another issue that's come up is also ask the commission to take into consideration access to the grid. I know there's a bill out to deal with that, but that's been another big issue where homeowners who want to connect to the grid aren't able to because of some of the grid problems. And then the last thing that may want to be considered to direct the commission to look at would be best practices. This comes up often with community solar. Who's bonding the project, who's responsible for the project. And I'm sure the county officials, when they're on this commission, would probably ask those questions, but it seems to me it would be a good point to add in there. So as community solar moves forward, I know there's another bill to increase, the wattage for community solar. As these projects move forward and they get bigger and bigger, have established best practices for how they should be managed, things like that. So there's three recommendations or three things I think that could come up as potential additions to what's in the bill. And I'm interested to know what your response to those would be.
Okay, I'll try and remember all of these things. The first thing is, let me start, Mike. I don't intend to over-direct this commission. It's my intention to have all of the relevant, informed people, stakeholders, involved in deciding what's right and what's wrong. Because one of the things that I have seen too often in the legislature, Delegate, is where we put together a commission and we give it such a narrow charter that the actual commission is not necessary because it has a foregone conclusion. No, what I want to do is I want to give the legislature enough information to make an educated, sensible choice. Mike, did you want to add something to that?
No, I defer to the chair on this in terms of all your suggestions, Delegate. We just want to get a sense of where is community solar going now, and where is it not going now, and why, and what makes sense. And I think a lot of the broader solar questions are going to come up. I mean, I personally don't have an objection to this commission meeting in different parts of the state, but honestly, my interest in this is related to my own county, which I think is not doing enough. And I think there are farmers in the agri-reserve in my county that want to harvest sunlight. They do, they really do. And I think there are obviously farmers in your district and elsewhere who want to harvest sunlight. Let's hear from them. Let's hear from people who don't want it to happen. But let's just figure out and try to map out what makes sense. Where are the opportunities and where are we missing opportunities? Because we have these state goals and we even have county goals. My county has an incredible carbon reduction plan that's just not being met. And then we have our state goals. So the solar needs to go somewhere. It needs to go. We need to hear everyone's voice. No one's going to be happy, 100% happy, but I think it's a conversation we need to keep having.
Does that satisfy your answer?
Yeah, it does. It was a very long question. I apologize.
No,
I
that's
just want
okay.
to get those three issues out so everybody had a chance to hear them and consider them. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't realize I'd be up so soon. Could you address really briefly, or someone address really briefly, why rooftop solar is so cost prohibitive?
Sure. Let me go through it very, very quickly. Number one, there's no economy of scale. You completely lose economy of scale. And as a result, also, each solar siting on a rooftop is bespoke. It's tailor-made, and that drives up costs. Number two, the workers who are up on the rooftop could fall off the rooftop, which is why workers' comp insurance is so much more expensive for them. Some of the worst workplace injuries are of people who fall from heights. So these are injuries that oftentimes can be permanent and debilitating. Number three, not every roof is positioned perfectly for the collection of solar energy. You have to have a south-facing roof. Number four, I've nerded out on this. So number four, unlike panels that are in a field, the panels that are on your roof can't change their angle to follow the sun. They're just set at whatever the pitch of your roof would be. So, in a field, the panels can follow the sun and maximize the amount of power generation throughout the daylight hours. I think there's a fifth reason, but I'm forgetting it at this moment. But basically, it's really number one, the lack of economies of scale. Number two, the enormous cost of doing anything on a rooftop because of the insurance liability issue.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my second question, I hope will be quick, is has the state of Maryland, anyone on in this conversation, aware of whether the state has ever looked at agrovoltaic panels, the ones, a couple of states, I know Massachusetts is doing this, where you have really elevated panels on farmland so that animals can graze underneath them, and also they tilt and they can move so that crops can actually be planted. So that way you're not taking the farmland out of production. Has that been looked at all in our state?
I don't think so, but I'm not completely sure. I mean, of all the things I nerd out on, that I have not.
I feel like that should be looked at.
But you know what? This is something that this Blue Ribbon Commission ought to look at. Sorry, did somebody else want to?
Mr. Chair, Rob Garagiola, I can potentially address that as well. Obviously, there's more cost to elevate the panels, but there are developers out there that are looking at this and that are doing this. There's a bill that is before the Ways and Means Committee that actually was heard yesterday and will be in Budget and Tax, I believe, next week, that looks at, is there a way to address it from a tax perspective, that cost, that additional cost to make agrovoltaics work in Maryland. So there is legislation before the General Assembly that looks specifically at that issue to try to incentivize more to do that from a cost perspective to help pencil the projects in.
Great. Thank you for that answer. That's interesting. I'd love to talk to you a little more, or somebody offline. I'll look up the bill. But Massachusetts has done a lot of work on this front, so it might be worth looking at that state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I just comment on the agrovoltaic part too, really quick?
Yeah, please, Dominic.
Yeah. So from the county perspective, there's been some work on this at the county level. Agrovoltaics actually have some repercussions for the land beneath the solar panels itself. You cannot get in there as easily as if the land is just open. There's consequences for tilling the land. There's consequences for what animals you can have, because some of the animals actually damage the solar panels. So it's a potential solution, but it's going to be a really difficult one. So yeah, just some additional background.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have two questions. My first question it just revolves around this. I think this is directed to CCAN and the Coalition for Community Solar Access. But I wanted to know what work are your respective organizations, or at least the tables that your organization sit at, what work are you doing around improving the quality of jobs, specifically wages in solar? Especially as we have a conversation around community solar and even larger, we know that like currently the average wage for primarily residential solar is $11 to $20 per hour. And so I wanted to know what work are your organizations doing around ensuring that those solar jobs moving forward are quality jobs with access to apprenticeships and registered apprenticeships. What work and advocacy are you doing on that front?
Yes, this is Leslie Elder from CCSA. I can say that the Coalition for Community Solar Access has been committed to working with our labor union partners and have also committed to prevailing wage on all of our projects. So in Maryland, we're supporting a wide variety of pieces of legislation that will address that specific issue. And then nationwide, we are also making that commitment. So not just in Maryland as well.
And I will say, Delegate, we have been pushing our friends in the solar industry to frankly do better on this front. I had a call yesterday with some friends at IBEW and trying to get some of their concerns, and with the AFL-CIO of Maryland this morning to come up with, frankly, some legislative language that larger solar projects pay prevailing wages, be required to pay prevailing wages, that we have project labor agreements with some of these larger projects. So we're very attuned to it, and we're very sympathetic. We think the solar industry needs to do more, and we're advocating for it.
Thank you. That's my only question, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions for any of the witnesses or the sponsors? Okay, seeing none, that ends the public hearing on House Bill 936. Let's turn now to House Bill 880, Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues. For the record, I am Regina T. Boyce presenting HB 880, Environment Impact of Actions on Climate, Labor, and Environmental Justice. HB 880 prohibits a governmental unit from taking actions on decisions related to permitting projects without first conducting an evaluation and assessment of the impacts on climate, labor, and employment, environmental justice in any communities that would further be overburdened or create a burden. The evaluation and assessments of permits, licensing, and projects will allow MDE to approve, deny, or amend based on findings. Evaluations include greenhouse gas emissions and climate effects, and whether the effects are consistent with state goals, greenhouse gas emissions saving associated with use of carbon-free energy sources, and the impacts on labor and employment, specifically noting prevailing wage, healthcare and retirement benefits, apprenticeships, and local hiring provisions of 25% of the total work hours performed. HB 880 creates a petition process of at least 10 residents or an area or a neighborhood located in a census tract that does not meet the specified criteria of an overburdened community to the Secretary of MDE for designation. In 2022, we are working through a great deal of environmental issues based on decisions made decades ago, often deemed not to have any impacts or not evaluated enough to consider further lasting impacts. Maryland communities are suffering through those impacts, dealing with air pollutants from highways and landfills, inland flooding as a result of development and construction, and personal and collective health disparities resulting from how we have allowed land use in each of our jurisdictions. We can change the trajectory of how we make these often lasting decisions by performing a more thorough evaluation on the front end of the process, saving time and pain of our most vulnerable communities. HB 880 is a great way to start ending negative environmental impacts on Maryland's communities. Thank you for your consideration, and I urge a favorable report. Mr. Chairman, I want to further say that this is certainly broad and sweeping legislation, and I am aware of not only the opposition, but those who have questions And there needs to be a lot of clarifying language and narrowing of scope so that we can remove unintended consequences that have been mentioned in a lot of the testimony. I want to yield the rest of my 7 seconds, or if 7 seconds or so, to the next panelist, who's going to show a 2-minute video, but I believe it is 2 minutes and 7 seconds, Mr. Chair.
That's fine. But before I allow you to do that, I neglected to mention that one of the friends of ours coming here from Economic Matters is none other than Delegate Harrison, who I saw her lovely face in the Zoom here someplace. So welcome back home, Andrea.
Welcome back home.
That's right. Okay, so you have a panelist who wants to show a 2-minute video, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay, Trish or whomever.
There it is.
Okay, there we go.
There's no sound.
Okay, well.
When you go to share the screen, you need to make sure you hit the share option button at the bottom left when you go to share.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. By the way, just for everybody's reference, I view all these videos before I allow them to be shown to the committee. So that's my rule. So
thank you for the consideration.
Oh, not at all. It was lovely video. So let me first go to Josh Tulkin with the Sierra Club. Josh, are you with us? Okay, we'll skip over Josh and go to Rebecca Rare with LCV. Rebecca, welcome back to the committee. It's been a while.
Yes, thank you so much.
And
good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Rear, and I'm the Director of Climate Policy and Justice at the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. We request a favorable report on House Bill 880, the Climate Equity Act, with any sponsor amendments to conform some of the definitions within the bill pertaining to the communities where the actions in this bill would apply. We want to thank Delegate Boyce for bringing this bill forward. The Maryland League of Conservation Voters is committed to addressing environmental injustices in the state and ensuring a just transition for those seeking jobs in climate mitigation and clean energy. Some of you may know that my background is public health, and the way I look at bills like the Climate Equity Act is the same way I look at regular checkups we have with our primary care physicians. As the saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The Climate Equity Act provides what could be equated to an ounce of prevention, not dissimilar to a routine checkup with a primary care physician. When we see our physician, they often ask us about our health status and any underlying conditions. These screening questions are to inform the next course of action or treatment. This is what HB 880 does. A government agency would be gaining information about any pre-existing conditions in a community to make sure the course of action they're considering is appropriate. When we make sure underserved communities are not also overburdened by pollution, we are working to prevent environmental degradation and public health harm to those communities. This may cost more upfront than business as usual, but it will save us in the long-term costs associated with health harms and environmental degradation and benefit the economy overall by providing safer jobs and communities. The same way we save by paying for a preventive care visit rather than years of treatment after getting sick. We appreciate your time today and urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Next, let's go to, I believe, Josh Tulkin has joined us. So Josh, there you go. Okay, you've got 2 minutes. Welcome back, Josh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Josh Tulkin on behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters in the state of Maryland. We urge a favorable report. I'm the director of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. We recognize that the legislature plays a significant role in setting environmental policies. But after those laws are passed and many years after, our agencies take the lead in implementing them, in setting rulemaking and regulations which have far-reaching impacts. And when it comes to that, we really need to ensure that they have better information as well as guidance on what the scope of their analysis should be. I want to dig into these terms a little bit. When we talk about overburden, we're looking at communities where you might have an accumulation of impacts. And we know from a health and environmental perspective that every environmental pollutant is not experienced in isolation. Air pollution and water pollution and other conditions interact with each other. We know similarly that when we're talking about underserved communities that have insufficient resources, such as access to healthcare, the same air pollution issue or the same health conditions, such as having asthma, can have a significantly different impact if a community, let's say, does not have easy access to a hospital. Understanding these factors and ensuring that they go into our policymaking will allow us to develop policies which are far more effective in identifying the communities that really need to be at the center of our environmental and health policies. We think this is an ongoing conversation, but we have significant room to improve in how we are honing these critical policies. And we look forward to a discussion on any improvements or changes to the bill, but we do urge a favorable report, and we greatly appreciate Delegate Boyce for bringing this important piece of legislation forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, let's turn to Ann Bristow. Ann, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. Ann?
Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you, Chairman.
We all do it.
Thank you for this opportunity to urge favorable support for House Bill 880. As a public health educator, I'm interested in how the Climate Equity Act would create the definitional structure to bring together the worlds of environmental harms and public health in the service of protecting communities. No one definition of environmental justice community exists, and this bill looks at multiple ways that harms are manifest at the level of community health so that state agencies can direct action to minimize harm to those most vulnerable. I live within the aftermath of the lack of such protection for land use in rural mountain Maryland, where we're in the top tier of state rates for poverty, opioid addiction, COVID infections and deaths, obesity, cardiovascular disease, and certain cancers. These are the legacy of over a century of Appalachian resource extraction that not only drained our natural resources, but also our wealth, including human capital. Toxic conditions disproportionately affect communities of color and low-income residents whose homes tend to be nearer to industrial sites, toxic waste depots, heavily trafficked roads, especially with diesel truck traffic, and all that is ugly and unhealthy that those with more resources are able to avoid or move away from. Environmental health is public health. The public health consequences of air pollution, rising temperatures, more extreme weather events, and rising sea level will disproportionately affect the health and safety of Maryland's most vulnerable residents. House Bill 880 is the vehicle to address this. Any mitigation and adaptation to pollution and climate degradation that is to come must prioritize our state's sacrifice zones first. Thank you for your time and consideration, and thank you, Delegate Boyce, for introducing this.
Thank you very much. By the way, it was Caitlin Schmidt with the Center for Progressive Reform who provided the video, and I just wanted to recognize that. Next is Daria Manovi. Daria, I think I saw you somewhere in there.
Yes.
Are you with us?
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, great. You have 2 minutes. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Daria Manovi, and I'm an environmental health researcher at the Center for Progressive Reform here in support of House Bill 880. Grassroots advocates and community leaders across Maryland have long called for state regulators to thoughtfully review proposed projects and permits before approving them in communities disproportionately impacted by environmental and social stressors. The state's failure to do so has compounded over time, leaving community members in Prince George's County and South Baltimore, among others, exposed to polluted air and water from a slew of facilities. House Bill 880 would create a quantifiable way to identify, protect, engage with, and invest in overburdened communities. The environmental justice and impacts test within the bill would require state agencies to consider potential negative impacts to public health, increases in pollution and other environmental burdens, and economic impacts before approving a proposed action in a, quote, underserved or overburdened community. This bill, with sponsor amendments, will target underserved and overburdened communities to ensure that the people most impacted by social and environmental stressors are not subject to further harm and are targeted for state investments. The indicators used to identify underserved communities are based on U.S. Census data to capture communities with a higher proportion of non-white, low-income, and linguistically isolated residents than the statewide average. This captures about 60% of the state census tracts. The definition of overburdened communities provides an additional filter, capturing those that are not only underserved, but also experience the highest environmental pollution burden in the state. The dual layer of sociodemographic and pollution criteria captures roughly 16% of the state census tracts. This means that the strongest protections under the bill would apply to the Maryland census tracts most vulnerable to harm from pollution, while also having a high concentration of polluting facilities. The underserved and overburdened criteria are evidence-based, targeted, and were developed with extensive community input. We urge the legislature to take this critical step to alleviate longstanding health, economic, and environmental disparities. We urge a favorable report on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Jamila Balamani. Jamila or Yamila? Well, okay, we'll come back to you.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm here.
Oh, you are here. Okay, great. Well, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jamila Balamani with the Brandywine Healthy Neighborhood Alliance. I'm a concerned citizen of Prince George's County that is now being burdened by a gas station being built within 300 feet of my backyard. Over the last decade, a number of scientific studies have shown that the public health impact of gas stations is far greater than previously thought. These impacts result from benzines and other harmful compounds released to the air from storage tank vents and when we fill up our gas pumps. The most recent scientific studies have shown that adverse health effects of gas station emissions threatens public health at a distance of up to 500 feet or more. The Brandywine area is not lacking for gas stations. According to the U.S. Census Bureau data, the Brandywine area of Prince George's County has twice as many gas stations per capita when compared to a countywide average. I urge a favorable report of House Bill 880 to improve my community of Brandywine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Jawa Hall. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Close. It's usually people go with the J or the D. In this case, the J is silent. It's Dawad.
Okay.
Thank you for the introduction.
When your middle name is Prabhakar, you like to try to get these things correct. So please, Mr. Hall.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and to the members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to share my testimony. My name is Jawa Hall. I'm the political coordinator for 1199 SEIU, United Healthcare Workers East, here in Maryland and DC. We are the largest healthcare union in the nation, representing over 10,000 members here in Maryland and the District of Columbia, in hospitals, long-term care facilities, and community-based health facilities throughout the region. Our union supports HB 880 and the Maryland Climate Equity Act, and request a favorable report. When you talk about potential environmental threats to overburdened and underserved communities, we are at a crisis point in Maryland. There are disproportionate environmental and health impacts on Black and brown communities in the state due to combinations of factors, but particularly stemming from a legacy of segregation and historically racist zoning codes. Communities experiencing environmental injustice have been subjected to systemic racial, social, economic injustices and are at a higher risk of intentional, unconscious, and structural discrimination and disproportionate burdens. Low-income Black communities in Maryland face greater cancer risk and exposure to air toxins, primarily due to highway pollution and other mobile sources of air pollution, such as airplanes, trains, lawnmowers, construction vehicles, and farm machinery. State agencies currently do not consider the full breadth of the impacts of their decision-making. No state law requires agencies to have meaningful conversations with climate-impacted communities and labor-impacted results from their actions. This bill would ensure the health and well-being of Black, Indigenous people of color are considered in the decision-making process of Maryland state agencies in a quantifiable way, engaging them in meaningful communications and protecting them from unintended consequences. Workers deserve just transition into a pollution-free economy as well. 1199 respectfully urges this committee to demonstrate their commitment to environmental and climate equity in Maryland by issuing a favorable report with no weakening amendments. Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you very much. Next, Victoria Venable. Victoria, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 880. For the record, my name is Victoria Venable. I'm the Maryland Director of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network and CCAN Action Fund. I want to focus my testimony today on one of the origins of the concept of this bill. Excuse me. In 2021, the Maryland General Assembly passed HB 298, which requires the Public Service Commission to consider climate and labor impacts before approving applications for the certificates of public convenience and necessity. These are needed for prior to construction or modification of power plants in Maryland. While the law has only been in effect for less than a year, it has already been successful in ensuring that we are not taking steps backwards in our climate efforts. In my written testimony, I provide examples of that. However, since the law has been in effect, we have seen that there are some shortcomings that we hope to address with this bill. For example, earlier this year, Tolan Energy requested approval to convert 2 coal plants near Curtis Bay to burning oil instead of coal, based on the premise that that conversion did not constitute a modification under law. Therefore, the aforementioned law was not triggered into effect. This decision means that the proposal falls under the purview of the Maryland Department of Environment and not the PSC. Since MDE does not have a requirement to consider climate in their decision-making, this decision moved forward. It's important also to note that these plants are located in an area near Curtis Bay that already suffers from some of the highest rates of environmental burdens and pollution exposure. Had HB 880 been in place for this process, the Public Service Commission, MDE, and every other relevant state agency would have been required to carefully study how these oil plants would affect this already overburdened community, providing decision makers and the public more complete information for the proposed project. I also want to note that the fiscal note does not necessarily take into account the cost of inaction and the agency's failure to assess the impacts of our decisions for untold cost. We will be submitting a memo to the committee on all of the things the fiscal note does not take into account. And with that, I urge a favorable vote from the committee.
Thank you very much. I am on, yes, okay. Next, we'll turn to Robin Clark with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Robin, welcome back to the committee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to the members of the committee. Robin Clark with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation here today in support of HB 880. Thanks to the sponsor for this thoughtful, important, and considered piece of legislation. The bill rightfully asks agencies, as you've heard, to assess the impact of their actions prior to making a decision and proceeding. Chesapeake Bay Foundation and many other partners often engage when possible to raise issues of environmental justice, climate, and of course, water quality in public processes that are set up around some agency decisions. Those might include wetland permits, construction permits, stormwater permits, and more. It's been noted by other speakers that part of this bill requires meaningful communication with the public, and that would in this case include a nonprofit organization like Chesapeake Bay Foundation and others representing the public's interest with regard to the negative impacts of their actions and also possible mitigation strategies, a really meaningful conversation there. We would suggest that the sponsor could make sure that this meaningful communication occurs by embedding in that a requirement for the assessment that the agency does to be included with the package of documents that are released for public comment, so that the assessment would occur before the public comment period, and then advocates and the public could engage and make comments on those assessments. We very much appreciate the legislation also as it's written, and therefore urge the committee's favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Monica Brooks with the Wicomico County NAACP. Monica, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I just want to bring greetings to Chairman Barve and committee members, and certainly a hello to my fellow commissioner, Delegate Boyce. My name is Monica Brooks. I'm a citizen of Wicomico County, and I'm also an environmental justice chair for Wicomico County NAACP. We are requesting a favorable report on House Bill 880. Actually, when I first heard about this bill, honestly, it was just a sigh of relief. It was a breath of fresh air. As Delegate Boyce said, yes, it is sweeping, it is, but it's very necessary. Here on the Eastern Shore, not only are we dealing with high rates of asthma and respiratory diseases, runoff, particulate matter, all kinds of things in our air, contamination of our water and our waterways, but we have continually had to fight to encourage local legislators to consider these varied impacts of when you bring all of these different pieces together and allow them to contaminate a neighborhood or a community, and to see what this would do. Just this week, we had a situation where planning and zoning had allowed a 3 million gallon DAF tank in a neighborhood just 100 feet from houses. You can only imagine what that's done to the community and to the residents. But when the planning and zoning was asked, why did you allow a 3 million gallon tank? They said, our job is not to regulate what's in it. Our job is just to approve the zoning. That's it. That's where we stop. That's our job. And questions were brought. I brought up questions such as, what about traffic? What about health impact studies? What about asking what exactly is going in these different things? And so we have so many pieces that are fragmented, and such a bill would be so beneficial, especially throughout the state, quite frankly, but certainly for us on the Eastern Shore, where we're fighting DAF tanks, gasification, biogas, all kinds of polluters. And of course, these continue to be in the area that is primarily African-American, immigrant, Haitian, and Hispanic. So we don't think it's a coincidence when our county is 26% African-American, and the areas that it's going into is 80%, where we already have landfills, poultry plants, and other polluters and CAFOs.
I just noticed you might have gone over your time. So
thank you. So in closing, I just request a favorable report for this wonderful bill. And I thank you so much for your time, and good to see you all again.
Okay, good to see you. And then the final witness in favor, I believe, is Stacy Hartwell with the NAACP Chair of Environmental Justice. Stacy, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Chairman Barvet and members of the committee, good afternoon. I am also a resident of Prince George's County. For the record, my name is Stacey Hartwell. I'm the chair for Environmental and Climate Justice for the State Conference of the NAACP. Maryland's public agencies take a sweeping array of actions that affect residents and communities, but neglect to meaningfully assess how their decisions may contribute to environmental justice, climate change, and worker or labor impacts. Historically, state actions have contributed to public health disparities for BIPOC, low income, and linguistically isolated communities. They are disproportionately burdened by environmental hazards that include exposure to polluted air, waterways, and landscapes with extenuating negative impacts. These hazards ripple through the community, creating cascading disparities in health, wealth, and even life expectancy. While there are many factors contributing to health risks and outcomes, African Americans in Maryland are more likely to die from heart disease, cancer, and stroke, exacerbated by cumulative environmental burdens. African American Marylanders are also more likely to suffer from asthma and 2.3 times more likely to die from asthma compared to white people. Disproportionate pollution burdens play a large role in leading to these health consequences, and a lack of meaningful assessment, community engagement, and consideration in state decision-making has contributed to this problem. And to continue in this practice is sinister. Communities experiencing such environmental injustices have also been subjected to systemic racial, social, and economic injustices, and face a disproportionate burden of adverse human health or environmental effects, a higher risk of intentional, unconscious, and structural discrimination, and disproportionate energy burdens. These communities have been made more vulnerable to the effects of climate change due to a combination of factors. For the reasons mentioned heretofore, we urge a favorable report on House Bill 880. And thank you, Delegate Boyce, for your leadership on this bill. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Before going to the opponents, I'm going to entertain questions for the sponsor and all the supporters of the bill. So any questions for the sponsor or the supporters of this bill? Okay, apparently not. So let's go on to the opponents of the bill. The first would be Champ McCullough, representing Maryland AGC. And please start off by telling me what that acronym stands for.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, members of the committee. Champ McCullough. I represent the Maryland Associated General Contractors.
Okay, all right.
The Maryland chapter of AGC of America, okay, which is the largest of those types.
Okay, you've got two minutes, Champ.
Thank you very much. To try to be concise, the bill is clearly well-intentioned, but it's not ready for prime time. The definitions are lacking. Unit, what is a unit? It could be every level of government down to the local level. What is an action? An action is not defined. That can include everything from cutting a check to mailing a letter. The definitions of overburdened communities are very broad. It would be very difficult to find any census tract where more than 50% of the individuals over age 25 had college degrees. That basically would put virtually every census tract in play and subject to the provisions of this bill. Certainly the issues that the proponents and the sponsor want to have considered should be addressed, but this is so comprehensive, so overreaching, and so intrusive that, as the fiscal note points out, it will have a multi-million-dollar impact on the cost of government doing its normal business. With respect to construction, it prescribes the composition of contractors' workforces. That is not an appropriate role of government. It would make all projects, regardless of monetary value, subject to prevailing wage. That would be a drastic expansion of the prevailing wage law in Maryland. The delay inherent in this type of analysis would stretch out the timeline for projects, and in a time of rising material costs.
Champ, if you could begin to wrap up your testimony, the committee would appreciate it.
Delay in making those decisions can have far-reaching consequences. Accordingly, we respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to the next opponent, Dominic Butchko. Dominic, you're back.
Oh, I'm back. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for having me. Dominic Butchko with MACO. MACO opposes HB 880. I think Champ McCulloch really explained our opposition well to this. Delegate Boyce and a lot of the other proponents also voiced a lot of MACO's concerns. This is a broad-reaching bill. The Chesapeake Bay Foundation just alluded to the fact that if this is passed, we would possibly have to consult with them, or organizations like them, for nearly any action. This could trigger avenues for litigation. It can make challenges. It can create challenges for the counties. It could slow down the basic functions of government, creating grave costs and time concerns for the residents that we both mutually serve. The state's Commission on Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities may be available as a resource to tackle some of the concerns raised in House Bill 880, as its broad stakeholder approach to matters of environmental justice largely aligns with the goals of this bill. But House Bill 880 would slow the progress of local governments by imposing unnecessary and resource-consuming administrative burdens, and accordingly, MACO urges the committee to give an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Robert Etten. Bob?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm here. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Etten on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. We are opposed to the legislation. You have our written testimony. I thought Mr. McCulloch did a pretty good job of pointing out some of the problems and with definitions, and I appreciate Delegate Boyce's comments at the beginning. She recognizes that there are a lot of vague terms in here. I think on behalf of the Maryland building industry, we are residential home builders. All the testimony I think that you heard from the proponents was in reference to industrial uses of properties, particularly those that are close to low income and moderate income communities. Our concern with this bill is that the way that it's drafted and the way that it applies, all of the concerns raised by the commercial contractors concern us too. And what we don't want to see is a bill pass that makes it more difficult rather than less difficult to build affordable housing in communities. That's our primary concern. And there's no distinction here between residential buildings and other types of buildings. Just very quickly, the definition of action is any approval, any denial of anything. And then there's a whole list of like 20 different criteria that must be addressed in every governmental unit decision. And unfortunately, there's no definition of governmental unit. I don't know if it's the state government. I don't know if it's a municipality. I don't know if it's the county. But if this is what has to be considered for every single project, residential or commercial, it's going to dramatically change the landscape for building of all kinds. And as residential contractors, we're very concerned about the negative impact it'll have everywhere, and particularly on low and moderate income communities. That's why we're opposed. Thank you.
Okay, and finally, Angelica Bailey with MML.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Angelica Bailey, Director of Government Relations for the Maryland Municipal League. We are very respectfully opposed to House Bill 880. Everyone else has already touched on most of our points, so MML will just say me too, especially with regards to MACOs, but I'm available to answer any questions, and thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? All right, there appear to be no questions for the opponents either, so that ends the public hearing on House Bill 880, and goodbye to our friends from the Economic Matters Committee. Let's proceed to House Bill 921. Delegate Saab, welcome to the committee. Sid? I don't think Delegate Saab is here.
He appears to be missing at the moment.
Okay, well, all right, we'll just go to Delegate Clark with House Bill 954, and hopefully Sid will show up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Jerry Clark here to present to you House Bill 954. It's called the Vessel Certification of Title Transfer on Death Beneficiary Designation. A lot of you folks may have heard this bill in the past. It's been around for a couple years, and somehow I inherited it this year and was asked to present it. In 2017, we passed the law to transfer on death of vehicles, automobiles. This bill is a natural extension of that law. HB 554 allows individuals to name a beneficiary when registering their boat, not vote, but boat, you know, the kind that floats on the water. This permits named individuals to take ownership of the boat upon the death of the original owner without going through probate. The owner maintains possession and ownership of the vehicle until they die. The transfer on death does not affect wills and can be changed at any time by getting a new registration of the primary owner for the primary owner. Given the maintenance required, the rate of depreciation of boats, it makes no sense for these vessels to sit around for months or years for probate before transferring to a new owner. There are almost 170,000 boats registered in Maryland. This is simply an easy way to pass your boat on to an individual. Some other factors, we have 7 states that already allow this TOD, transfer on death for vehicles, and California, Arkansas, and a few more. Any money owed on the vessel is transferred with the vessel to the new owner. Titles may be transferred to individuals or organizations. When owners die, beneficiaries can retitle the vessel, submitting an application, death certificate, proof of identification, pay any fees, and old title with the beneficiary listed. 19 states allow the TOD on automobiles, including Maryland. Inheritance transfers are already exempt on page 4 of this bill and page 2 of the fiscal note from any things such as bankruptcies, insolvencies, and other sales. I believe there's some informational letter there from Department of Natural Resources, which I have a little bit of conflict with. According to them, they talk about a tax that makes them tax exempt. But if you look in the code, when we look into the code, inheritance of vehicles is already exempt from the title tax, is not required on these transactions already. That's in the code. The other thing that DNR has said in the past that they needed, they were updating their systems for titles and things like that, and that was a few years ago. And if DNR, for this bill, if DNR needs a little extra time before this bill goes in effect to finish their upgrade of their computer systems, I'd be more than amenable to setting back the date that this would go in effect by 6 months or a year while they
Okay, well, you got a letter in favor. No, I guess it's informational on from DNR. Did this bill doesn't have any opponents, and did we have this bill before? This seems familiar.
Yes, Delegate Carr had it in the past.
Okay.
He asked me if I would present it and take the bill this year.
Okay, all right. Any questions for Delegate Clark on this bill that nobody appears to oppose? No. Okay, that ends the public hearing on that bill. Let's go. Is Delegate Saab in the house?
We spoke to his office. He's currently stuck in another one of his bill hearings. And
Okay.
We'll let you know when he rejoins.
Okay, Jerry, you've got another bill. You've got 960. Do you want to take that?
Yeah, sure will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Delegate Jerry Clark here to present HB 956.
956, right. I'm sorry.
Natural resources, recreational and private land and hunting. In April of 2020, the Maryland Court of Special Appeals ruled in the Martinez and Ross suit that landowners were liable for injuries to an ATV rider despite the recreational use status exemption provision in state law. According to this ruling, the protections can only be extended if the land is open to the public. This is a significant departure from the previous interpretations and never the intent of the provision. Although the case did not involve a hunting-related incident, the same natural resource article involved in the case includes hunting liabilities for recreational use. Most of the state's deer are taken on public lands, and therefore this decision impacts the farming and hunting community statewide. The Department of Natural Resources highlighted concerns for the implications of this case in their Montgomery County Enhanced Deer Management Strategy report to Joint Chairman November the 5th, 2021. This report has been included with the written testimony online. Please review the highlighted paragraph, page 5, reduce liability for landowners. In order to clarify this issue, I am presenting 956 to the committee, which I believe will offer protection from liability as an exemption provision intended. This bill provides that if a landowner allows an individual to hunt on their property, the individual agrees to follow all laws, observe all safety precautions and practices, take all fire precautions. Now that's not firing a gun, that's a campfire, and assume all responsibility and liability for their own safety and property while hunting on the landowner's real property. Would like thank you for your consideration of this bill, and I believe this bill is cross-filed in the Senate. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, nobody signed up to oppose the bill. And next up is Bill Miles. Bill, welcome back to the committee. I saw you out there.
Unmute yourself.
How about now?
We can hear you now.
Bill Miles on behalf of the Hunters of Maryland. The Honorable Jerry Clark said it perfectly. No need for us to add anything other than we support the bill as well.
All right. Next up is Colby Ferguson. Colby, welcome back to the committee. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and we support this bill as well. This was something that was brought to us from the Department of Natural Resources, and this section of the statute, we believe for many years did go ahead and give us the exemption from liability for somebody that hurts themselves, not at the fault of the landowner, but based on that court decision. That's not the way that they read it. So this bill only focuses on the hunting side of it, and seeks to clarify that that the landowners that invite people onto their property to hunt do not have that higher level of liability. So with that, we would ask for a favorable report. Okay.
Any questions? Well, apparently not. So again, you get away unscathed, Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, is Sid Saab here?
Not yet.
Okay, so we'll go to Delegate Kerr. Delegate Kerr, welcome to Environment and Transportation. We'll hear 960. You have 4 minutes. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a couple of years. Last time it was cover crops. Today we have trees. So Ken Kerr here to present House Bill 960, Natural Resources, Forest Mitigation Banks, and the Forest Conservation Fund. And this bill makes some alterations. I filed this bill at the request of Frederick County Executive Jen Gardner, who's here with us today. The bill makes two changes to strengthen the Forest Conservation Fund. First, it does so by removing the requirement that the conservation of an existing forest must have been approved on or before December 31st, 2020. Also, under current law, the use of qualified conservation ends June 30, 2024. So this bill also extends that time frame for two main reasons. First, to allow additional time for the Department of Natural Resources to accomplish reforestation and afforestation for which the funds are deposited into the State Conservation Fund. Second, so that the unused funds remain in the State Conservation Fund for an additional 3 years before they must be returned. Frederick County Executive Jen Gardner will provide additional detail and answer any questions, and we hope that that will lead to a favorable committee report. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let's go to Jason Weintraub with the Building Industry Association, who signed up in favor.
I believe he is currently connecting from the waiting room now.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I take that back. That was Lori Graff under the Building Association.
Okay, well, I have it, Jason, Robert Enton, Colby Ferguson, Dominic, in that order. Bob, are you here with us? I see Robert's little square there. Well, we got the County Executive, Jan Gardner, with us. Let's just go straight to you, Jan. Welcome back to the committee.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Barvey and Vice Chair Stein and members of the committee. It's nice to join you for the second day in a row. And I'm here today to speak in support of House Bill 960. As noted by Delegate Kerr, this bill makes two changes to the Natural Resources Act, one regarding the forest banking program, and second, the use of forest conservation funds, basically extending the time frame to use those funds. The first change is to restore the ability of local jurisdictions to continue to save existing mature forests under the forest banking program and to continue to preserve important forest ecosystems by removing the approval deadline of December 31st, 2020 for forest conservation plans to have been approved. Through the forest banking program, which has been longstanding through the Forest Resource Ordinance, Frederick County has preserved over 2,500 acres of existing mature forest. This constitutes about 40% of the total acreage of existing forest preserved by conservation easements in Frederick County. We've been able to save forests along the scenic Monocacy River and protect habitats for rare, threatened, or endangered species, as well as to protect miles of buffers along smaller tributaries and streams. The current date of December 31st, 2020 deadline puts these continued efforts in jeopardy. Removing it would ensure that we can continue to bank forests through the existing program until the study the legislature approved last session on forest covered and tree canopy is completed by December 1st, 2023. It certainly does not compete in any way with the action of the legislature last year. Doing so will allow the findings to better inform any legislative and other changes that to the forest conservation program that the legislature deems appropriate, including to the forest banking program. The second change, which is actually a request that came to me from one of our smaller municipalities, was to extend the time frame by which local governments, like counties and municipalities, can use deposited monies in the Forest Conservation Fund, which are often fee in lieu funds. And it would extend that time period from 2 years to 5 years. This would ensure adequate time to expend those monies, particularly for our smaller municipalities, and to more effectively and thoughtfully utilize the fund to get their plans and contracts in place and get it fully executed. There is a amendment that is coming forward on the bill and to define what a qualified project is to ensure that there's no net loss of forest under the banking program moving forward and through the end of 2023 when the legislature will pick up the whole forest ordinance again. So thank you for your consideration. I urge a favorable report for House Bill 960.
Thank you very much. Are either Jason Weintraub or Bob Enton with us? Okay, how about Colby? I know I see you there, so go ahead, Colby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau. And we're here in support of this bill. We were here in support of House Bill 991 that Delegate Gilchrist put in last year that passed this committee, passed the House unadulterated and got over to the Senate. And at the very last minute, got 5 million trees added to it and some other language that ended up putting in some language that caused this unintended consequence that this bill is in to address this year. And so really what this bill is to do is when that December 31st, 2020 piece was put on there, we all thought that meant that if you had submitted your plan to a county, that meant that started that it was a qualified piece. What it actually, after the Attorney General's opinion came through, that was not true. It actually had to be approved by the county. And so there were several projects that are 2 and 3 years in the makings, and it basically stopped them again, just like the Attorney General's opinion did in 2020. So this bill is just to address that problem. And so we hope that we can move this bill forward and help some of these landowners that have been sitting on projects for 2, 3, 4 years to be completed. Thank you.
Is that the 5 million trees in the backdrop behind you?
Yeah, a couple. I counted them the other day. I think it's about right.
Okay. Dominic Butchko with Mako.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for having me for the 3rd time today. I still work for Mako. I'm still Dominic. Just really quick on this one, I want to echo County Executive Gardner's comments. She did an excellent job of explaining this bill. MML also could not be here, but they did ask me to say that they feel the same way and they also agree with this bill. And then just really quick on the amendments, Mako has been engaged with the sponsor and other outside organizations on proposed amendments. And we also think that those are very good. In short, HB 960 improves the Forest Conservation Fund and makes the program a further asset in protecting Maryland's environment. Accordingly, Mako requests a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Lori Graff out there. So Lori, why don't you take it away? You got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lori Graff. I'm the CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association. We too support this legislation, and I have been, we did see the amendments that Mako and Chesapeake Bay Foundation had negotiated. We had some issues with the amendments. They have graciously worked with us on those, so we do not oppose the amendments. We did prefer the original bill. The amendments will narrow the scope and not make it as helpful in some other jurisdictions and some of the mitigation banking that has been going on in the state in the last several years. However, we do not oppose the amendments. So, and thanks to the different groups for working with us on that, we do appreciate it. So with that, we asked for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, signed up favorable with amendments is Eric Fisher with CBF. So Eric, you out there?
I am. Thank you, Chairman Barvik.
Okay, go ahead.
Members of the committee, Chesapeake Bay Foundation here in support of House Bill 960, as would be amended as described by other folks on this hearing. Eric Fisher, Maryland Assistant Director for CBF. We are joined in our position by 21 state and local environmental and smart growth groups, as indicated in the written testimony that we jointly filed. We believe that the bill as would be amended provides needed flexibility for local governments and builders while preserving a balanced mitigation strategy that uses both preservation of existing trees and planting of new trees when forests are removed during development. This amendment is very important because the bill as originally drafted, in our experience, would remove most replanting activities from the equation. Just as a reminder to the committee, the equation is for every 4 acres of trees removed, you are supposed to put 1 acre back. So under the law, it's about a 75% reduction in forest, but that 1 acre that you put back can be reduced further by counting other trees that you save on your property. So it can actually be less than 1/4 to 1. Under this bill, that less than 1/4 to 1 would be reduced even further by preserving trees somewhere else in the county. This equation already can and does drop to zero replanting on occasion. And under this bill as originally drafted, that would likely become the rule rather than the exception, but not as proposed to be amended, because the amendment would preserve offsite preservation as an option for projects that utilize a full mitigation ratio. We have seen in counties and projects that already do this, that we get that balance that we're looking for with significant planting and high quality preservation. In closing, I'd just like to say that we appreciate the hard work of Frederick County and Mako and the builders, and we'd be happy to work with the Farm Bureau as well to make sure that this amendment resolves the issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's turn to Bob Enton, who I see has joined us. Bob, you got
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Much to your shock and to the shock of the members, other members of the committee, me too.
No, the shock is that you're on the right side. Oh, just joking. Okay. Any questions? I thought I had seen a question earlier. Yes, Delegate Ruth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And so this is not about, and I think Mr. Fisher mentioned planting trees, but isn't this really about the mitigation banking, which is preserving land which already has trees on it?
Chairman, would you like me to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Delegate Ruth, thank you for the question. So the way the Forest Conservation Act works this all out, after you propose to remove trees, there is a reforestation requirement. Once you have that reforestation requirement in acres, there are a couple different ways that you can satisfy it. And the way that was originally anticipated by the Forest Conservation Act at the top of the list is replanting. But there are other options as well. And what this bill would do would be to allow the preservation of existing trees on other sites away from the development site to satisfy some or all of that replanting requirement.
Right. That was my remembrance. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do remember last year, members of this committee had, real concerns about the mitigation banking. And but we also understood that there was a real need to be able to do it for current development projects and that it was going to be a major impact. And so as I recall, we put this December 31st, 2020 date in there to allow time for these projects to go forward for now, while we were waiting for the results of that technical study, the Harry R. Hughes Center for Agroecology technical study. I would not really want to remove that date, but if there's a problem with, I think you said that there's a problem with the way it's interpreted, that it actually is stopping projects again. Are there language changes that would allow for that, temporarily to go forward, changing the date or changing if the issue is with it, the language? Is there something we can change that we can, not halt the current projects, but still not expand mitigation banking until we have the results of that study?
Yes, the amendment that has been discussed by many of the stakeholders would reinstate that date.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
The Vice Chair has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe, Eric, if you could go back and confirm what your amendment does. I'm looking at your testimony, and you're saying that the amendment would allow use of preservation banking credits in projects where I guess there's at least a 1-to-1 ratio between the acres that are in these projects and then for each acre of forest removed. Is that still what you're proposing?
Yes, so it would, thank you, Delegate. It would reinstate the date as Delegate Ruth requested, and it would allow going forward any project that does full mitigation acre for acre to use existing trees in a mitigation bank going forward. We feel that is an appropriate balance. Where it's happened in the past, we've seen very positive results. And we know that the counties and the builders appreciate that flexibility. It would be at the option of the county or the builder if it makes sense for a particular project.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Gilchrist has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dominic, I missed what you said about the amendments. Would you address the amendment?
Yeah, so I mean, Eric, do you want to go into more detail about it because you're the one that wrote it?
It really is pretty straightforward, and I apologize that you don't have it in front of you. But it does two things. It reinstates the date that this bill would remove. So any forest mitigation bank that had been established as of December 31st, 2020 would be forever eligible to offer credits to development projects. And then the other thing that it would do would provide counties the option, as the county or the municipality reviews the project, if the project elects to go full one-to-one acre for acre mitigation, they would also be able to use credits for existing forests to cover all or some of their replanting requirements.
Thank you.
Any further? Oh, Mary Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Interesting discussion. Unfortunately, I stepped out for part of it to take a call, and I wondered whether Maryland National Capital Park and Planning had either testified or submitted written testimony on this bill.
I don't, hold on. I don't see anything from Park and Planning.
Okay, and the reason I ask, Mr. Chairman, is if I'm remembering right, were they not, is this the bill I'm remembering where they were featured rather prominently last year, or am I mistaken?
Yeah, but I think that was a different bill. That was a different kind of a bill. You're remembering correctly, but I think it was a different kind of a bill.
Okay, that's good to hear, because as a representative of one of the two counties that Park and Planning represents, I was concerned by its posture. So, okay, thank you for that.
Okay. Delegate Jacobs has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess, Eric, perhaps you could help me with your explaining your amendment. I got a couple letters from a couple farmers that had forest mitigation banks, and they're saying that they made this investment and they will no longer be allowed after June 30th, 2024. They had it in a timber harvest plan, yada yada, and so they're saying now that their investment is going to be knocked out. So can you tell me how your amendment affects this?
Yes, Delegate. So the way that the amendment is set up, any farmer or other landowner who invested and got their forest mitigation bank approved by December 31st, 2020, would be made whole and held harmless by this legislation. They received that grandfathering protection last year by the General Assembly, and our intention is to keep that in place.
Well, I'll discuss it further in subcommittee. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, everyone. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 960. Unless Sid Saab is with us, and apparently not.
I believe he is, sir.
Oh, he is. Okay, Sid, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. We're going to turn to House Bill 921. You have 4 minutes. The timer will cycle through 2 minutes 2 times.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to apologize for, I had 2 other bill hearings at the same time. So
yeah, don't worry about it.
Anyway, so good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, member of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Sid Saab, testifying on House Bill 921. I have no doubt that everybody on this committee is going to love this bill. So House Bill 921, Chesapeake Bay Lockbox Protection Act of 2022 is a very simple bill that prioritizes government accountability and safeguard funds for our beloved Chesapeake Bay and our waterways. Creating a lockbox guarantees that those funds will never be used for anything else but its intended purposes. Just as important for us to protect our roadways, it's important for our waterways to be treated with the same regard. This bill will be on the ballot for the voters to decide. Why is it needed? Simply put, history has shown that this fund has been targeted and funds have been diverted in the past. Between 2011 and 2016, over $112 million were diverted to the general fund and about $3.5 million were transferred to the general fund. This bill will ensure that this won't happen. In the event of a financial emergency, this bill has the same mechanism as the transportation fund. The money can only be moved under two conditions. The governor has to declare a financial emergency and it needs the legislature 3/5 of a vote from the legislature. It's worth noting that under Governor Hogan's administration, funds have not been diverted during this term or both terms. Since we don't know who the next governor is going to be, he or she, or will be, and what state's financial situation will look like, we need to make sure those funds are protected. The trust fund plays a critical role in meeting the Bay blueprint by providing consistent, dedicated funding to the project that reduce nutrients pollution to the Bay. It gives them the ability to continue to plan ahead and fund annual and permanent projects. Since the inception of the fund, projects have been implemented in every county across the state. As the end of 2020, fiscal year 2020, the funds have contributed to the reduction of 170 pounds of nitrogen, 189,000 pounds of phosphorus, and 188,000 pounds of sediment. I have discussed this with many different groups, environmental groups and organizations that focus their effort on the Bay and have gained tremendous support for this from this group. There was a letter also, there's a cross-file, House Bill 366 on the Senate side, which passed I think it's in 2015. And the letter of support from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation that was emailed to all members of this committee yesterday. So I hope you had the opportunity to take a look at it and read it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge the committee for a favorable report on House Bill 921. And thank you very much.
Well, so since you said this is going to the voters, is this a constitutional amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next, let's turn to, I believe Robin Clark is signed up I lost the page here. Robin, I believe you're signed up in favor of the bill, correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I hope so. Robin Clark with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation here today in support of HB 921 at Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Bays 2010 Trust Fund Lockbox. This, as the sponsor noted, and thank you for your sponsorship of this bill, will reserve the funds to support reductions from what we call non-point source pollution. So runoff from roads, rooftops, agricultural lands. This is actually the only fund that's really focused on reducing runoff from developed areas in the state. And as the sponsor mentioned, it's been a success story. Every county in the state has done projects with this fund. They're often carried out in coordination with local organizations or with county, cities, and towns. More than 39,000 volunteers have been engaged in implementing these projects. And another cool thing about the fund is that the fund can also provide technical assistance for how to best implement these runoff controls. So do urge the committee's favorable report. Again, the fund is what's helping those local jurisdictions comply with their local watershed implementation plans and also contributes to the state's progress on its watershed implementation plan so we can reach that 2025 blueprint goal. Thanks.
We have a question from a member of the committee who, like the chairman, is a refugee from the Ways and Means Committee. And I wonder if the question is the one that I think she's going to ask.
Kumar, you are magnificent and you are correct, I'm sure. My question is for the sponsor of the bill. And I know that these measures of sweeping some of the funds that have been in existence into the general fund generally happen in times of economic downturn when the budgets are extremely stressed. And my question for you is, if this bill were to pass, there would be much greater pressure to raise taxes and in order to meet those balanced budget goals. And my question to you is, do you support raising taxes to offset the loss of opportunity that we would have to move money around within the funds?
Thank you, Delegate, for the question. I don't think you need to go there because, as I mentioned in my testimony, that this bill has the ability, the governor has the ability to declare a financial emergency, and then it also requires a vote, just like we do in the transportation fund. So if there is a financial emergency, like you mentioned, that the governor and the legislator have the power to, I guess, unlock the box. And
well, I guess historically the legislature's responsibility is to do that, and giving that power to the governor is something that, even though it may be something that's done with the transportation, a lot of that, the reason for that is because the transportation funds are bonded and they can't be spent because they're obligated. So my question to you again is, would you support raising taxes to offset the loss from not being able to access this kind of fund in times when, not necessarily extreme emergency, but when there's stress and we want to preserve other priorities?
no, I mean, again, I would just reiterate, I think the governor has the ability, and also I'm sure there's other places that they can find funds if the budget is stressed. And like I said, those are important funds that are dedicated, and I think they should go where they intended to. So no, I do not support tax increase, but I'm sure in our budget, there's always a way to find something to plug holes. And if they want to take it from a different program, they're welcome to do it, or at least they still have the mechanism in this bill if they feel the need to come and unlock it.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So spoke the former vice chair of the Ways and Means Committee. Okay, any further questions for the sponsor or the witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, Delegate Saab. You're free to go, and we will go to House Bill 1031. Delegate Lutke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Great to see you all. I bring you House Bill 1031, the Maryland the Beautiful Act. So shortly after taking office in 2021, President Biden announced a national initiative to commit the country to preserving 30% of its lands and waters by 2030. This has multiple goals associated with it, including addressing climate change, making sure we preserve open space and agricultural land. And states across the country have picked up the mantle of that effort. Blue states, red states, states that care about land preservation all over the country. So House Bill 1031 seeks to establish a land preservation goal for Maryland in line with the 30 by 30 initiative. It has 4 components, and I'll walk through them. The first is the commitment to the goal itself. And actually, the good news is Maryland is relatively close to preserving 30% of its land. And the reason for that is we've invested significant money under the leadership of this committee and past General Assemblies into programs like Program Open Space, our agricultural land preservation programs. We're making significant progress. So the goal in this bill actually is a little bit higher than the national goal. We do set a 30 by 30 goal, but then also go on to set a 40 by 40 goal, essentially committing the state to continue those land preservation efforts. We charge the Smart Growth Subcabinet, which is an existing entity within state government, with planning and overseeing the state's efforts to achieve that goal. And they have to publish a plan and reissue it every 5 years in order to define how the state will achieve the 30 by 30 and 40 by 40 goals. And then to help us achieve those goals, the bill makes 3 other changes in law to try to address holes in our current land preservation programs. One is the creation of a land trust revolving loan program. One of the challenges that land trusts have in preserving land is getting access to money quickly when there's an opportunity to purchase a piece of land that comes on the market. So essentially what this revolving loan fund would do is we would put $10 million into this fund. A trust would be able to apply to access that money and then use it to purchase a property. And then as they got contributions or other methods of income to the trust that take a little longer to get, they would repay the fund. And then that fund would be an evergreen fund. It would keep allowing land trusts to use it over the years. The second new program is something called the Green Space Equity Program. And this is really related to conversations that have been happening within DNR the last couple of years. DNR developed something called the Park Equity Tool. And that tool highlights that there are certain parts of the state of Maryland that don't have the same access to green space as others. And these are places that you might suspect, some of them in very concentrated urban neighborhoods, but also in towns and communities throughout rural parts of the state as well, like Salisbury and Cumberland. So the Green Space Equity Program is intended to be a new program that's specifically focused on preserving and making available to the public green space in places that do not currently have access to it. And then finally, the third major component of the bill relates to something called the Mel Noland Woodland Incentive Fund, because preservation of land is not just about buying land and keeping it, it's also about being good stewards of the land. The Mel Noland Fund is a great program that helps to promote good stewardship of forest lands around the state. It's been underfunded for many years, and so the bill would establish a new mandated appropriation of $1 million annually. Those funds are used to provide cost share assistance to private forest landowners for tree planting, site preparation, timber stand improvement, grants to forest conservation district boards, and et cetera. So this is an exciting bill. It sets Maryland on a path with many of our fellow states towards a continued commitment to land preservation, and I would urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majority Leader. Mr. Vice Chairman, could you take over for a few minutes? Thank you.
Sure. Okay.
I just want to point out to the committee that the number 2 sponsor on this bill is the vice chair, so I'm great with that.
Well, Mr. Majority Leader, I don't know if that's a plus or a minus, but but thank you for the shout out. Let me just turn. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Let's go now to Frida Malcolm.
Just had to unmute my, thank you very much. My name is Frida Malcolm. I am a retired Episcopal priest in the Diocese of Easton on the Lower Shore, live in Salisbury. I'm here as a board member and representative of Interfaith Partners for the Chesapeake. And I've really enjoyed listening to the testimony and about the bills that have come. I'm new to IPC, and so this has been really informative for me. As a Christian, I'm committed to caring for the environment and all its creatures as a gift of God, and knowing that God has given us the responsibility for its care. The bill, Maryland, the Beautiful Act, gives me hope that we're going to continue in Maryland to work to preserve land, to preserve the forests, which help protect other living creatures, our air and our water. As you all know, trees sequester carbon, absorb water, provide food and habitat for birds and mammals, and filter water that runs into the Chesapeake Bay and the ocean. Urban gardens and parks and tree canopies also provide food, cooling shade, and beauty for residents and workers. I really think that the provisions for grants and loans that help with the preservation and also promoting justice for underserved communities adds a really significant social justice component to the bill. I have seen deforestation on the Eastern Shore, both from development and from rising waters. And I wonder what will be here in 30 years if we don't pay attention. If we do business as usual, we will fall short of our responsibility to care for the earth. Development can occur in harmony with God's creation. There's land available for redevelopment and
Ms.
economic
Malcolm, if you
growth.
could wrap up, please.
Oh, so sorry. I think that caring for our neighbor as well as for ourselves is something that we're required to do, and I urge support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness is Josh Tolkien.
Hi, Mr. Vice Chair. Obviously, I'm not Josh Tolkien. My name is Jared Hawkins from High Street Strategies. Josh got pulled away from the hearing. He asked me to iterate that Sierra Club urges a favorable report on HB 1031 and is in strong support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, let's go to Gary Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. My name is Gary Allen. I'm the president of the Maryland Forestry Foundation. I want to thank Delegate Lukey and other members for supporting this particular bill. I'd like to spend just a minute or two focusing on one of the last comments that Delegate Lukey shared about the focus of this bill and making a contribution to the Mel Nolan Woodland Incentive Fund, and why this is a particularly important and significant step forward, not only for that fund, but for enabling the implementation of many other provisions of this bill. The Woodland Incentive Fund is the state's oldest cost share fund. It has been capped in its financial ability to do work because it has never been able to exceed the legislative limit set over 30 years ago of $200,000 a year. In addition to having a significant legislative cap, it's only 3 times in that 30+ year period actually reached $200,000 because of the unique characteristics by which the fund is replenished. And rather than look at the state transfer tax law and try to change that, Delegate Lukey has very conveniently assisted us in helping to address the need to provide for the enabling activities in this fund by directing a specific contribution toward its activities. Currently under law, more than 15 activities are permitted in the legislation, and Delegate Lukey outlined several of those. The most significant, obviously, is that local private and forest landowners can put their land under plan and better prepare to both receive a tax benefit from that plan, but ultimately to commit to manage it successfully in a healthy way for the next generation. By providing these funds, we will expand the ability of the state to assist landowners and others to help achieve these objectives over the next 2
Gary,
decades.
if you could wrap up.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you.
We urge a favorable report. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next, let's go to Mayte Arche, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Good afternoon y buenas tardes, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mayte Arce, and I'm the founder and president CEO of Hispanic Access Foundation, a national nonprofit that helps Latinos build their financial literacy, explore new workforce opportunities, and become environmental stewards. And importantly, we advocate for one's health. I also serve as a board member for the Chesapeake Conservancy, a regional conservation nonprofit, and I'm here to testify in support of the Maryland the Beautiful Act. Today, with the global climate change, we're dealing with the global nature crisis as well. This is happening due to climate change, pollution, development, and other factors. And going forward, we believe it's critical to set a statewide goal for the land conservation in Maryland to help protect the state's remaining open space for people and nature. The bill would set a goal to conserve 30% of Maryland's lands, including farmland, by 2030 and 40% by 2040. But we need to go beyond setting a goal. We need to make sure we're protecting green space for all of Maryland's communities. The bill would create a new green space equity program to do exactly that. And the program would provide grant funding for green space projects in underserved communities. And this is so important for public health and economic opportunity and community well-being. We also need to support organizations that are going to help us reach our goal. And this bill would create a revolving loan fund to support the efforts of private land trusts in Maryland who are all working with communities and landowners to protect forests and farmlands. And finally, we need to steward the lands that are the most important for nature. This bill provides additional funding for existing programs, specifically the one called Noland Woodland Incentive Funds to help forest land owners to steward forests and keep them healthy. Protecting green space for all communities, especially Maryland's underserved communities, should be the top priority as we work towards 30% and 40% of our conservation goal. Thank you very much. And again, I urge your support for the Maryland the Beautiful Act.
Thank you. Next is Dominic Butchko.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for having me today. Dominic with the Maryland Association of Counties. Maryland and its counties have been immensely successful in expanding parklands and developing those spaces into world-class recreation venues. In short, this bill would create two programs aimed at assisting local governments in both expanding and improving those green spaces. HB 1031 is a good bill that helps local governments and the neighborhoods that we call home. Accordingly, MACO urges the committee to give a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next is Josh Hastings.
Thank you, Vice Chairman and committee. You've received my written testimony, so I'll just hold my points to the specific to the local land trust revolving loan fund. My name is Josh Hastings. I'm with Forever Maryland, a statewide nonprofit that supports our approximately 3 dozen local land trusts. We support this bill for the purpose of setting aside a state preservation goal, enhancing our forestry, but also creating 2 new programs. The one that I specifically want to highlight, the local land trust revolving loan program. This would be capitalized at $10 million. It's a one-time investment into our local land trusts. This one-time payment would be put into a fund which would be run by the Maryland Environmental Trust. This would help the local land trusts who are on the ground to rapidly secure a property. I've spent about a dozen years in the land conservation world, and simply put, often a property will come up it's a critical important property, whether it be critical habitat or land that connects to conserved spaces or important waterway. A good property comes up for and this often comes up for sale, and then a developer will jump in very quickly and take and buy the property. So this fund would basically allow for small and medium-sized nonprofit land trusts to work with the regional conservation partners to get in and secure the property. And once they secure a conservation easement, they'd pay the money back in full, and then we'd keep the process going. This would be really helpful. So I thank you all for your service, and thank you for your support of this entire bill. Urge favorable report. Appreciate it.
Who did we just have there?
Josh Hastings.
Okay, great. Barbara Hopkins, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Stein and committee members. I am the Executive Director of NeighborSpace, a land trust working in Baltimore County's inner suburbs to improve livability there by conserving and improving land with small parks, gardens, and trails. I'll relate a brief story to show why we seek a favorable report with amendments. Like many of you, I suspect I try to walk every day for exercise. My walk takes me over the unpaved alleys in my Parkville neighborhood and around the skirts of the ball fields at the nearby elementary school. There's no place else to go, really, as there are no parks or trails to which I can walk and no other walkable destinations in our car-dependent inner suburbs. At the elementary school, there's a pollinator garden that a nonprofit community association constructed with a grant 5 years ago. The idea was that the association would work with the 5th grade teacher and students to take care of the site so that it could be used as an educational space. But the association president and 5th grade teacher each moved on. The garden is now full of weeds. The pollinator plants are failing. Every time I walk by this garden, I am reminded of the vast differences between nonprofits that are land trusts, like the one I run, and nonprofits that aren't, like the neighborhood association. A land trust like NeighborSpace takes on a project with perpetuity in mind because that's a core part of our mission. There are many rules and laws on the books that we have to follow to ensure that we can live up to that mission. Among these are having a stewardship plan for maintaining our sites and demonstrating to the IRS that we have the resources to defend their conservation values. For example, money on hand to file a lawsuit to challenge encroachments. NeighborSpace meets this latter requirement by purchasing conservation defense insurance, which is only available to land trusts through a captive insurance company owned by the National Land Trust Alliance. For all of these reasons, we urge a favorable report of the bill with amendments reflecting that nonprofits who aren't land trusts need to partner with nonprofits that are to access the funds that this bill would provide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, let's turn to a friend of the committee, John Griffin. John, welcome back. Or not.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barbe, members of the committee. Nice to see you all again. For the record, I'm John Griffin. I'm the program manager for Chesapeake Conservation Partnership, which is a Baywide land conservation collaborative. And therefore, it's no surprise that I would be here on behalf of the partnership to support this critical piece of legislation. I want to commend Delegate Lucky and Stein for leading the way on this legislation in the House. By the way, the partnership in 2019 endorsed the 30 by 30 goal for the entire watershed. So it's a stretch goal for the whole watershed, but it's something we're working on as a high priority. I'm going to spend a little time on the Green Space Equity Grant Program, which is a critical portion of this legislation. And I want to thank Delegate Lucky for working with us before the bill was introduced on some amendments. And I just want to say that the partnership has devoted itself heavily since 2020 on the connections between public health, green space, and equity, serving underserved communities. And won't bore you with all the details of that. We have an action plan that the various partners in the partnership were implementing at various levels to address this. You're going to hear, I think, from Reed Perry, who signed up. He's presenting a series of amendments to this particular section of the bill on the Green Space Equity Program. And we would ask the sponsors and the committee to please take those seriously. I would hit three things. I think we need a little more juice in the funding for it. I think we need to, as Barbara Hopkins said, broaden the definition of underserved communities to include a couple of other mapped areas. And so I thank you for your time as always, and hope we can work through this with your committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Catherine Louter. Catherine, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Katie Lauder. I'm the Executive Director of Baltimore Green Space, the land trust for community managed open spaces. And for the past 10 years, I've been working in land conservation and analyzing data on green spaces in Baltimore. I'm joining you today in support of the Maryland the Beautiful Act with amendments. Subtitle 9D refers to the Green Space Equity Program, which addresses the structural inequity in the program open space funding and conservation funding available at the state level. While the programs as they exist are powerful conservation tools to be celebrated, there's nothing comparable for populated towns or urban areas where green lots available have a smaller acreage footprint and are even more essential for local climate resilience. State funding has historically been inaccessible to smaller land trusts, in part to the 5-acre acquisition threshold. Baltimore Green Space projects 16 spaces and 17.2 acres. None of those spaces hit the 5-acre mark required by the current state programming. Baltimore City currently has over 1,000 green spaces where neighbors tend abandoned lots, creating green spaces for their communities and caring for them. And as I understand it, currently none of the conservation programs require defined equity measures be met, and no community input is required. The Green Space Equity Program will be an opportunity to course correct and expand access to conservation funding and increase conservation in underserved communities. The proposed Green Space Equity Board doesn't seem to have any leaders of color represented and seems to have few members whose primary work requires that they be grounded in a deep knowledge of underserved communities or equity issues. We would recommend this board be amended and or complemented by an advisory board that might deepen the goals of equity implementation. Because there are areas throughout Maryland that have been affected by various inequities over time, the definition currently outlined in this bill should be broadened. The definition for underserved communities should be broadened to expand beyond historically redlined communities. There are over 50 land trusts currently serving the Maryland area, and I can assure you that other leaders aside from Baltimore City and County are poised to serve underserved communities. The Rural Legacy Program, which received $26 million in 2021, is the mirror program for the Green Space Equity Program. And in the interest of a more equitable beginning, we would hope you would support the amendment to propose that the Green Space Equity Program begin with $5 million in funding in its first year and $10 million in the second year thereafter. So we urge a favorable support with approval of amendments. Thank you.
Okay.
And thanks for your service.
Okay, the first question goes to Delegate Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had two questions. First of all, the conservation goal is getting to 40%. Is that on a county by county basis or statewide?
It's a statewide goal, Delegate.
So you would potentially use rural areas to meet the requirement?
The largest single classification of preserved land in Maryland is preserved agricultural land. So, you know, the rural parts of the state that still have significant extant agricultural land would be a significant part and are a significant part of our land conservation efforts.
Okay. Just seems it would be more equitable if it would be done on a county by county basis. The second question I had, did you see DBM's letter in regards to the changes that were made as far as the Maryland Constitution in 2020 and the legislature having more budgetary power, and they say it pretty much negates the need for mandated spending bills?
I did not. To my knowledge, DBM didn't send it to me, and I don't have access to the testimony because it's not my committee. But they've been sending similar letters on any bill related to mandated spending, which is interesting since the governor's introduced bills with mandated appropriations in them this year. So.
Okay, so you would want to keep the mandated spending portion of the bill?
I think the mandated appropriations in the bill are, you know, fund the programs. Without those appropriations, I would worry about them. And in particular, the Woodland Incentives Fund really, I think, needs a mandated appropriation to ensure consistent funding for the work that they do.
All right, thank you.
Next question goes to Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Majority Leader Lipke, for bringing this really important bill. My question is actually for Barbara Hopkins. NeighborSpace does, you know, amazing work in Baltimore County, and I encourage you to look at their testimony. They have a map that they've done of, you know, really extensive study of what areas have green space deficits, and there are areas of my district that have green space deficits as shown in that map. And so Barbara, in your written testimony, the other amendment that you didn't, I think, really have time to get into in your oral testimony that you requested was relating to the definition of underserved communities and how the current definition may limit somewhat some of the communities. I wonder if you could expand on that.
I'm happy to, Delegate Roos. I think what most people don't appreciate is that Baltimore County and certain areas around Washington, D.C. are what is known as inner suburbs. And they earned this title because they were developed very, very quickly after World War II without a lot of thought being given to open space. And so now there are groups like NeighborSpace trying to retrofit open space and trails and connectivity back into this very, very poorly planned urban fabric. The definition in this bill of who is underserved depends on a community largely being redlined. And unfortunately, the suburbs, the inner suburbs around the country, there are about 50 other jurisdictions like us that have these inner suburbs, didn't exist for the most part when redlining happened. In fact, the FHA, which did the redlining, really wanted to invest its money to solve this really terrible housing crisis by investing in new suburbs. And at the time, in the 1930s and 40s, when that happened, these suburbs weren't in existence, but they shortly thereafter began to be built. And because of the redlining, that just fueled the housing crisis that already existed, that goes back to the Great Depression, caused this huge kind of outpouring of people from cities into these new inner suburbs, which now many of them, including the one where I live and where Delegate Ruth lives, are now old. The housing structure is old. I already mentioned that they don't have access to open space, and so they are challenged. They are home to older and minority residents, and they have a hard time competing in terms of home prices with all the surrounding jurisdictions. So they're definitely not underserved. They're definitely underserved, but they're certainly not redlined for the most part.
Thank you. And you mentioned the CDC definition of vulnerable population, and can you tell me what that means?
Yes, vulnerable populations includes non-Hispanic, non-white, importantly, lack of access to a car, which is a very important consideration, given that we know around the country, 50% of the population is too old, too disabled, too young, or too poor to get in a car and drive to a park. So it's a broad definition that is, used nationally by the Centers for Disease Control. In metropolitan Baltimore, there's a similar index that's done by the Baltimore Metropolitan Council that's actually a part of the map that's included in my written testimony. So it's a fairly broad definition that's really meant to look at, a broad range of demographics, including poverty, access to a car, race, et cetera.
Great, thank you so much.
Next question goes to Delegate Beitzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How you doing? I thank you for allowing me to join your committee for this bill hearing. Question is for Delegate Lukey. And Delegate Lukey, I just want to thank you for bringing this bill forward. I think this is something that's really, really and vitally important to people in Maryland that want to enjoy the outdoors and to get out and escape. And as we know, during the pandemic, people were locked down and there was a real desire and an itch to get out in the open spaces. And we had the perfect place for them out there in Western Maryland to be able to get outdoors and see a lot of the open spaces. But as you know, Allegheny County in Western Maryland, about 20% of that Allegheny County is owned by the state. In Garrett County, it's almost 25%. So we have a lot of state-owned lands and facilities and lakes, and there are other lakes across the state, obviously, that people also use also. But a lot of it's not accessible. People don't get to enjoy it. And one of the places that I think is one of the most beautiful places on the face of the earth is the Youghiogheny River corridor out in Garrett County. And the only people really get to see it and enjoy it basically are the rafters and the kayakers, and people go down because there's no trails or anything. So one of the things that we been working on and tried to see if we can get accomplished to make this more accessible to people from all over the state and all over the area is to get a hike and bike trail up that Youghiogheny River Canyon. I wonder if this bill would help us provide funds for those type of projects that we can utilize those state lands and that Marylanders enjoy them as much as we do in Western Maryland.
I don't know that money in particular from the funds in this bill would help with the Yough River Trail. There is money in the Great Maryland Outdoors Act, which will help with the Yough River Trail. And I've been advocating for that because I'm a big fan of that project too, and getting people access to the Yough River. There are areas within Garrett County that would be eligible for some of the funding under the Green Space Equity Program under this bill.
Okay,
but that money's focused more on purchasing and preserving new land than it is on building trails on existing state land. So that's, it's possible there's a little overlap, but I think we'll have more luck getting the trail built out of the CAP budget and GMOA. So.
Okay, I'm probably misspeaking here because I thought maybe this would provide some, but the Great Outdoor Act is a better place to look for those kind of funds. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay. Right. All right. Thank you. And thank you for bringing this bill forward. And I would urge the committee to pass it. Thanks.
Well, thanks, Delegate.
Next question goes to Delegate Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see John Griffin out there, don't I?
He's there someplace, I bet. John?
Delegate Gilchrist, how are you, sir?
I'm good, thank you. So under this bill, the sub-cabinet would recommend by 2023 a plan to get there. And so what I'm wondering is, I guess I'm wondering a couple of things. So the smart growth sub-cabinet would recommend, plans to get to 30% and 40%. And DNR does program open space now, and they work with all the counties on LPRPs and local planning for parks. And
yes.
And so the green space equity program in this bill would be in DNR, right?
That's correct.
Yes.
And DNR does that a lot.
Well, they administer program open space, and it's a variety of programs that are funded and flow from it. Yes.
And the Mel Noland Woodland is in DNR.
Yes, it's in the forestry unit.
Now the Land Trust Revolving Loan Fund. Now MET is set up, Maryland Environmental Trust. They often get donated land, donated easements.
That's primarily what they do because it provides a small state level income tax credit and a much greater federal income tax credit. So that's the major incentive.
Would they be better off advising DNR on how to use on how to use the Land Trust Revolving Loan Fund? Or maybe this is for the
well, John, they administer it. The Maryland Environmental Trust would administer this new revolving loan fund.
Would they be better in a advisory role to DNR and have DNR do this?
You mean the revolving loan fund?
Mm-hmm.
There was, well, I think given that MET and their foundation partner, the Forever Maryland Foundation, would be presumably working together on this, I think they'd be fine to administer this program.
Yeah, and I see Josh is still out there. Josh, are you there?
Yes.
Would the land trust community, would they rather, would they want to see this out of DNR? I'm just sort of wondering because I just have this sense that DNR might have the better administrative capabilities to handle such a program.
Yeah, I think honestly, the way that it's set up now, it's through MET and it allows us some flexibility. As you know, I think really the land trust community, if I were to speak for them, they just want to be able to have access to the funds as quickly as possible. And it's not always clear which is the best way to do that.
And so the smart growth sub-cabinet, they might have a bunch of ideas on this as well, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay.
Perhaps. The only thing I would say is Department of Natural Resources has a seat on the Maryland Environmental Trust Board. So that's another, kind of monthly link because I think the board normally meets monthly, although I've been away from their work for a while, I think. So yeah. They're in a sense interconnected.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Sure.
All right. Next question goes to Delegate Metzger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader Lukey, for bringing this bill. I need to tell you that I'm really impressed. I like it. The question I had, though, does this kind of, in other words, we set the 10 million up in a separate fund. So if somebody from the state wants to, a private person maybe sells this property, does that mean they can get to money a lot faster than a 6 to 12 month process?
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal. In a lot of cases, frankly, the land trusts are the first line of purchase for lands that we want to preserve. And sometimes because land trusts are not the government and have less red tape than the government, they're able to purchase land and then eventually convey it or retransfer to sell it to the state. So there are lands that trusts have bought that have ended up as part of state parks and forests and that kind of thing. But yeah, it's the revolving loan fund exists to allow the land trust to make more rapid purchases of land that might otherwise go to be developed into something else.
Thank you. You got my support. I urge the committee for favorable report. How's that?
Typically, we don't lobby our colleagues during public hearings, but I guess I've done that, so I shouldn't be so critical. Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Lukey, for this bill. I really appreciate it. I am a little curious about one piece of it, though, and pardon me if I just missed this piece of the discussion. I stepped out for just a second, but the use of the smart growth subcabinet for this, and I'm sorry if we just had this conversation, but I'm curious about why use the smart growth subcabinet and what role they play in this piece. And I think I talked with Josh Hastings about it. I talked to somebody about it. Might not have been Josh, but somebody about it.
Sure. My argument, and Senator Elfreth, who's the Senate sponsor, is that, first of all, the land preservation goal does not just apply to state-owned land, right? We're not just talking about DNR lands. We're talking about land that's preserved under easement, that's agricultural land. We're talking about privately owned land trust land, nature conservancy lands, et cetera, right? So it's broader than just DNR land. So we were looking for some sort of intergovernmental entity that could work through the process of developing the 30 by 30 and 40 by 40 plan, and have the sway to sort of implement it, right? And we ended up at the Smart Growth Subcabinet in part, frankly, because we didn't want to necessarily reinvent the wheel. We didn't feel the need necessarily to create a whole new board or agency. But of course, I leave that up to the committee's expertise as to the best way to go about that.
I guess the concern I have is that their focus is on growth and not preservation. And my experience in Howard County is actually sort of the opposite of what Ms. Hopkins was talking about in terms of is sort of leaving very little green space and very little in terms of developing. The smart growth piece of it has been very focused on very tight development, very, very dense, very, very tight development, and having the green space in separate areas and not connected to or around, in small parcels nearby, where people, the types of parcels that which I'm so glad to hear you talking about, seem to be the opposite of what at least Smart Growth in Howard County has been discussing. So it just, isn't that so, I guess, is where I'm going with Chairman Barbe. But I mean, it's just a little bit of a concern about smart growth because they're really focused on development, effect growth, development, neighborhood conservation, resource management is really about growth. Over and over again, it's create, enhance, support communities, growth, et cetera. So just food for thought, I guess.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And maybe this is different impressions of the term smart growth. I mean, the smart growth subcabinet consists of a number of higher level departmental officials,
yeah,
secretaries, and part of, and I believe Mr. Griffin was around at the time, back under when or at least part of some of the discussions when these things were being created. But part of the goal was to focus development in areas that wouldn't lead to further sprawl. And that is generally in line with kind of the idea of, preserving ag land.
Well, except that, I'm glad you said that, except that when you're talking about here, which excites me, is the smaller parcels and not just the larger parcels. And that's, I think, what's so exciting. I see Barbara going, Ms. Hopkins going like this. And what you're talking about is sort of, I don't want to see the inverse of it, but a little bit of what the problem with smart growth has been, which is to not appreciate that you need that open green space where people live, but to sort of densify in one area and leave the green space to sort of like in Howard County would be out west in Howard County, right? And to densify in the east and not have those walkable places or places for people to enjoy. So it's just a food for thought. And I do see the 16 different members of the sub cabinet. So I don't have any objection to the people that are on that list, but more that their aim seems to be opposite of what yours is. And I really like what yours is aimed at. But thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
We have a question from the vice chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess this question can go to both the sponsor and John Griffin. I really like the importance that the bill gives to greening within underserved communities. Maybe just could you elaborate on sort of the deficit that's been identified with respect to green space in underserved communities and how the bill will try to focus on that?
Sure, I can start, and if Secretary Griffin, former Secretary Griffin wants to jump in. We're building this program in part as it's termed right now, and you've heard some of the advocates have suggested amendments. We're building it in part on the work that you all did under the forest bill you passed last year, where you you reserved a portion of the state's new afforestation, reforestation program for underserved areas and created statutory language that identifies what those areas are. Bluntly, and we've known this for a while, and we know it even more as a result of the pandemic. There are communities in this state where there is no access to green space of any kind, and green space broadly. Public parks, playgrounds, plazas, urban woodlands, urban wetlands. They're just places where it's not available. The program Open Space Local funding is great, but it's not necessarily targeted at those places. Hence the idea of creating this new green space equity program, which is specifically focused on identifying those parts of the state. Again, not just urban, but in some rural areas as well, where there's no public access to green space. So that's the genesis of the program. John, I don't know if you had more.
Oh, thank you, Delegate. I would just say, getting back to your comment about the smart growth subcabinet, all that was set up, established with the legislature when Governor Glendening was governor. And the green contribution to that was the development of the Rural Legacy Program. That's just a point of fact, 20 some years ago when all that happened. We've learned through the partnership, we spent most of 2020 as a major priority to really delve into the related goals of public health, greening, and equity. And we had virtual sessions where we recruited a lot of the partners and a lot of community-based organizations serving under-resourced communities to get their ideas and thoughts about how we can build an agenda. Frankly, the conservation community in this state and nationally has not focused on the open space needs of a lot of these communities. They've been ignored, forgotten, discriminated against. And it's high time that we do something substantial, in our view, to address the greening needs of these communities. The bill that was alluded to a moment ago, the American Great Outdoors Act, that clearly has some major funding and calls for parks to try to serve more equitably our citizens. And I think that's commendable. But in addition, we need to marry that with a strong program to fund green space within underserved communities. So it's kind of a combination of the two, if you will, because as Ms. Hopkins and Ms. Louder said, a lot of the people in these underserved communities, for a whole variety of reasons, can't access the park 3 miles away. They need, particularly for their public health and community cohesion, they need greening within their communities. So I don't know if that helps answer your question.
Yes.
Before I
Thank you.
recognize Delegate Lehman, I have a question for the sponsors. My understanding is this bill is the outgrowth of what, a commission or some sort of work group? Delegate Lukey, can you answer
Yeah,
that?
so the Great Maryland Outdoors Act was the outgrowth of the State Park Investment Commission. One of the 40 recommendations of the State Parks Investment Commission was the establishment of a 30 by 30 goal in Maryland.
Okay. And so many of the advocates are signed up favorable with amendments. Were any of them involved in this commission?
The commission itself consisted of eight legislators and Governor Glendening. But we sought input from commission members. The amendments that I think advocates are seeking, we've been communicating about as sponsors throughout the last 8 months as we've been working on the bill, and consulted with folks.
Okay, so the people who are offering amendments right now are folks that you've been working with over the last several months. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Delegate Lehman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Lukey and Delegate Stein. It's a great bill and a really commendable goal, the 30 by 30. I was just curious. I was trying to scroll through the bill really quickly, but I couldn't tell whether has the state ever looked at, or does it have any kind of inventory of all of these lands, of land trust lands and open space and easements? If we don't, how can we, or how should we get a handle on that? Do you feel like the bill should address that? Does it address it, or does it exist somewhere already?
That may be a question best put to John.
Thank you for your question, Delegate Lehman. Thank you, Delegate Lucky. The partnership developed several years ago what's called the Chesapeake Bay Conservation Atlas, and that has all the various layers of invaluable lands, from farmland to forest to public health, et cetera. And it's been on a biennial basis that staff at the USGS Bay program and staff at the Chesapeake Conservancy and the Innovation Center update those maps across the watershed with new information on acquisitions, et cetera. And that's for all states within the Bay watershed. So that's the primary source. I'm not sure what DNR is doing since I left some time ago in terms of their own tracking of lands conserved, but there's a project going on right now to create a more data-friendly platform for all the states to register their land acquisitions. So we're not just talking about fee acquisitions. It's all kinds of easements that a variety of organizations and agencies fund and have to manage and steward. So the process I just mentioned is going to produce updated maps for every state and they'll be available about June. And those could certainly be used in the case of Maryland, the way they're being set up to add to those, probably on a quarterly basis, so we keep more timely tracking of progress. Does that answer the question? I know it's long-winded. I apologize.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was going to be my next question. Is that going to be available? Will that be of use to you as you do the work of this bill? So
sure.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay, Delegate Terraza is going to have the last question. We have 8 or 9 more bills. It's almost 4 o'clock. Jen, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not sure if Delegate Lehman was asking about the land that was already in easement or the land that was potentially in easement, already in easement. I guess because the issue about land that's you're looking to preserve is that this is not land the land that you're talking about here is not land that's typically been looked at in the past as isn't that the case that it wouldn't necessarily be on a list of land that you were looking at putting
There are a number of, so the Department of Natural Resources, as I mentioned, has developed something called the Park Equity Tool, which identifies, I believe down to the zip code or census block level, actually, communities that need more access to green space.
Okay.
And so that could be used for targeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 1031. Let's proceed to House Bill 1075. Delegates Buckle and Beitzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I used to think that lawyers talk a lot, but after the last hour or so, I realized that the environmental folks, environment is where the talking goes. I appreciate it. Our bill, and certainly Wendell Beitzel's here, Delegate Beitzel's here as well. Our bill is something that I know this committee has dealt with before, but it essentially would remove the sunset and extend continued funding for what's called the State Lakes Protection and Restoration Fund. It would require funding of $3 million per year. There are a number of lakes all over the state of Maryland. In almost every county, I'm sure in many of your counties and jurisdictions, there is a lake or a lake project for lake restoration and maintenance that would be able to access funds from this particular program. Deep Creek Lake in Garrett County, the Delegate Beitzel represents, and Lake Habib, which is part of the Rocky Gap National Park and sort of surrounds some of the attractions that exist in Rocky Gap that I represent, are frankly two of the larger and better known tourist attraction lakes in the state. The bill is really pretty simple. Over the years, there's been backs and forths of will there be funding, will there not be funding, will it be $1 million, will it be $3 million? And it's very difficult, obviously, for I think for DNR and for those who are advocates for these lakes and projects related to their sustainability to plan when you don't know whether you're really going to have the money going forward. I'll leave you only with one small anecdote. I've spent almost every summer of my life since I was a little boy at Deep Creek Lake, Maryland. My great-grandfather had 7 sons, 6 of whom went to World War II from a dairy farm in Garrett County. And they'd never been away from home in their lives. And when the lake was being developed in the late 1930s or mid-1940s, really, when he bought it, he bought lots. He bought 6 lots, really turned into 7 along Deep Creek Lake, and said that any of his sons that returned home alive from World War II, he always wanted to be close to his family. He gave them, one of them being to my grandfather. They passed down to us now for the last 70 odd years. I've spent almost every summer of my life there. I currently am a co-owner along with my cousins of the one lot, the one property, small cabin there. And I can tell you that when I was a kid, more years ago than what I'd like to recall, even when I was a younger man, even 10, 15, 20 years ago, if you jumped off the dock at the front of our property in a particular cove, you could swim clear across the lake. You could stand up when it was 5, 6 feet tall of water. I'm about 6'2". You could stand up, no problem. In the last 5 to 10 years, probably a little bit longer, if you jumped off the dock in the front of that cove in the lake, again, I'm about 6'2". This plant that Delegate Beitzel probably can explain better than me if you're interested, called hydrilla. The hydrilla has so overtaken areas of Deep Creek Lake that the plant actually would come up, almost to my neck in areas. It's essentially made areas of Deep Creek Lake very, very difficult to even use for recreational purposes and boating and families to enjoy. This type of funding in this bill, it's not just for Deep Creek Lake, it's for everybody, but it would help to fund those types of improvements and those types of programs. It doesn't make a lot of sense to have these beautiful resources of the lakes if they're not really usable for future generations, and that takes some funding. So that's what all the bill does, is it attempts to set that up as a more permanent or more sustainable program within what DNR does. That's all I had.
Okay, before I get to David Meyerberg and Robert Sutton, just one quick question from me, Delegate. As you know, the surplus is a temporary surplus. It may last for 5 or 6 years. What's the duration of your bill?
I think that the bill would basically be permanent, but certainly that could be amended. I mean, if you wanted to put a 5-year sunset on the provisions tied to what the current estimates are. My understanding too, Chairman Barvey, I mean, we're going to be in a brave new world next year with the constitutional amendment that was passed last year. The legislature will essentially have a tremendous amount more power to move money around within the budget, such that if $3 million was quote unquote mandated to be put in whoever the governor may be's original budget, we would have the power and ability, if we didn't have the financial circumstances to justify it, to actually cut those funds and use them somewhere else, which we don't have as much today.
Right. Okay. Let's turn to David Meyerberg and Robert Sutton, and then we'll entertain questions from our friends from Appropriations and from, of course, the members of this committee. So, Mr. Meyerberg, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Chairman Barvey, Vice Chairman Stein, and committee members, I am David Meyerberg. I'm the president of the Deep Creek Watershed Foundation and a member of the Deep Creek Property Owners Association. Maryland has 16 state-owned freshwater lakes in 10 counties, stretching from the eastern to the western reaches of the state. All of these lakes are old. All of these lakes have problems that are not just limited to erosion, sedimentation, subaquatic vegetation, and storm runoff. These lakes provide recreation for citizens in their home counties and from surrounding counties. The natural history of freshwater lakes is that they fill in over years and they lose their recreational appeal. With investment in these lakes, they can become thriving recreational areas, and as in the case of Deep Creek Lake, economic engines for their counties and for the state. Without the investment, they will be a lost resource. In 2018, the Maryland legislature saw fit to fund the State Lakes Protection and Restoration Fund with $1 million per year for 3 years, ending in a sunset. DNR funded many worthy and helpful projects during these last 3 years, but the fund has reached its sunset. These lakes have problems that they have developed over many decades, which cannot begin to be fixed in 3 years, especially when $1 million divided by 16 lakes amounts to $62,500 per year. This year, Delegate Buckle and Beitzel have brought forth 1075 that will enshrine the State Lakes Protection Restoration Fund in law and provide a steady stream of income to DNR to help these lakes survive. Many of us have provided committee members with letters regarding our support for this bill. Please report favorably on this bill and fund these lakes.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Robert Sutton?
Yes. You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Bob Sutton. I'm president of the Deep Creek Lake Properties Owners Association, which represents about 950 properties, or about a third of the property on Deep Creek. We're advocates for the preservation of Deep Creek and obviously for the rest of the lakes in the state. I share President Meyerberg's concern about the lake. This bill would provide needed funds to continue to do shoreline erosion control at Deep Creek, also provide some money for continued control of the invasive species that we're seeing. The lake is almost 100 years old. It is the economic engine of Western Maryland. The state spends a bunch of money on the bay, and we think Deep Creek deserves a little piece of the pie as well. DNR can't afford to do all the projects right now that are needed. My organization, the Deep Creek Lake Property Owners Association, we've donated about $20,000 to the DNR in the last couple of years. I'm also on the Policy and Review Board for the DNR for Deep Creek. There's a lot of concerns over things that have already been mentioned. This fund will help control a lot of those. It also is giving away grants to do shoreline erosion for various property owners to preserve the lake. And being almost 100 years old, it needs a lot of help. And I'd hate to see it go to pot in this end of the state. So we're very much in favor of the bill, and thank you, delegates, for bringing this forward. And we hope it passes.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from our colleague from the Appropriations Committee, Delegate Foreman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the minority leader and my subcommittee mate, Delegate Butchko, for the bill. I did want to ask the minority leader, because I feel like this might be important later. This bill is a funding mandate, right?
It is. And you know, my very good friend from Montgomery County, mandates like beauty are in the eye of the beholder. And so, you know, while I certainly have an appreciation, as I think we all do, that mandates are an issue, we don't want to unduly restrain the flexibility of future governors and future legislatures to deal with whatever fiscal curveballs are thrown at our state. This is a pretty small one. It's very targeted. And I do think you're far more of an expert at it than I am, but I do think that given the changes in our budgeting process that will take place next year and going forward, I think that the legislature will have a much more easy opportunity to say, hey, it's technically listed as a mandate, but we have the authority to go in and move those monies around more under those budgets. And the budget surplus doesn't hurt. As Chairman Barve indicated, we are in a unique position where maybe some small things like this could get done without it really upsetting the financial apple cart.
Well, I'll let your co-sponsor explain some of the nuances. You don't have what you just said exactly right. I mean, you're putting this in law, so to change it, would require a change in law through a BRFA, I think, even under the constitutional amendment. But I just want to make sure that I understand that some mandates might be okay, depending on its purpose.
Like I said, I mean, some mandates may be okay. We'd prefer not to mandate it, but as you all understand, the one issue with this particular mandate in these projects, they're not capital projects, they're not building something, but they're construction projects in a way. They're coming in and they're restoring shoreline, they're dredging out for invasive species and hydrilla and things of that nature. And so if you don't have a consistent stream that they can plan on and rely upon, it kind of doesn't work.
Yeah, just a brief follow-up. Is that a long way of saying some mandates are okay?
I think it's a lawyerly way of saying that
okay.
mandates need to be looked at carefully, but this one in particular may have some value.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Butchko. That's a good phrase. Good mandates are in the eye of the beholder. I have to remember that. So
there you go.
Delegate Beitzel.
You're on mute, Delegate Beitzel.
I think
you're still on mute.
Now, are we there? Okay. All right. Thanks. Mr. Vice Chair, thank you. And if you'll permit me just to make a couple comments. This bill originated from bills that have already passed in the bills that have passed and have been funded in the past for the State Preservation and Restoration Fund. It started out with a fund of $1 million that had a sunset. We extended that sunset and tried to get $3 million for this purpose, and it was cut to 2, and we were able to get 2, but that sunsetted in fiscal 22, which is this current fiscal year. So really, this is an extension of the funding that was already in place and asking for some additional funds for to this to be carried on, so that this very important amount of funding is there to take care of these lakes. And there's 16 lakes in Maryland. They're all over Maryland. And my good friend Jay Jacobs, who I'm seeing right now, had brought to my attention that they have a lake in Kent County called Uraville Lake that is having problems and they really need some attention and restoration. But Delegate Butchko, as he pointed out, that where I will point out that what this came from was from a task force on the on the economic future of Western Maryland in the final report, and Delegate Butchko was co-chair of that with Senator Edwards. And one of the recommendations to come out of that final report was that it was recommendation TF-A4 that there needed to be an allocation of additional funding to maintain state-owned lakes, all state-owned lakes, not just the ones in Western Maryland. So this bill originated from that. It was a recommendation from that report and originated from that. And Delegate Butchko and Senator Edwards were vital on that. So, and the reason we're asking for passage of this is a continuation of the funding that has been in place to maintain the 16 state-owned lakes that have pretty much been neglected. And I think if Delegate Jacobs, if you would address this with the lake, from your lake in West Kent County, you can see what has been going on and why we need this funding.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Jacobs?
Hey, that was a good segue, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
You know, as a legislator, you know, as a representative of the state, I feel like when I was sworn in to do this job that I took responsibility for, you know, what the state owned and maintain our state properties. You know, if you go home and the state properties don't look good, who do you think they're going to complain to? You know, they come to you, the state representative. And in my home county of Kent, we used to have a beautiful lake called Urieville Lake, which by July is pretty much unusable every year. I've been complaining about it for years. The algae bloom and whatnot, it's just, you can't even paddle a canoe on Urieville Lake. And there are many homes that are built along the lake. And I get complaints from those people every year, pictures, and it's awful. I mean, it's terrible. And I feel like it is our responsibility to maintain these state properties. You know, they were there before I got elected. They'll be there after I'm gone. But, you know, each one of us take a turn at the wheel, and we're supposed to maintain these properties for the public good. And, you know, I've complained about Urieville. They promised to do some work that hasn't been done yet. It's been 2 years up that I was promised. And, you know, I guess when somebody gets hurt at one of these due to a lack of maintenance, maybe they'll pay attention. But it's, I feel like it's our responsibility to make certain that these public properties are taken care of property and that they are assets for all the residents of the state to use. So isn't that so, Mr. Chairman?
Very good
Thank
question.
you for testifying on my bill. From now on, I will just pay Delegate Jacobs to come and do my hearings in the Environment and Transportation Committee. You know, he's for a cup of coffee, he'll work hard for you, believe me.
Can't go wrong. Okay. Any other questions for the bill sponsor or advocates? All right, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1075. Thank you very much.
I'm back.
Okay, great.
1067, Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. This is about nighttime hunting of deer. As we all know, deer are a publicly owned resource, and that's why DNR specifies the times when deer can be hunted for recreational purposes. However, we also know that deer can be a problem for farmers, and that's why management tools exist for deer-related mitigation outside the recreational hunting season. These include, and I'm sorry, I'm going to get into a little bit of jargon here, deer management permits, which allow landowners to take deer 365 days, including all Sundays, during daylight hours only. Deer cooperator permits, which help control deer populations in densely populated areas where recreational hunting is out of the question. But this is for public safety purposes and agricultural deer.
Hold on, Dana. Somebody somewhere needs to mute themselves so I can hear the vice chairman present his bill. Okay, go ahead, Dana.
Okay, thank you. And the third category is agricultural deer cooperator permits, which help mitigate economic losses incurred by landowners when recreational hunting and deer management permits are insufficient. So DNR allows holders of deer cooperator permits and agricultural deer cooperator permits the ability to shoot deer at night for 2 months currently. But DNR is considering expanding the authority to shoot deer at night beyond the 2 months. So hunters and the Maryland Legislative Sportsmen's Caucus, which has endorsed this bill, have a big problem with that. And that's because nighttime hunting of deer allows the use of jacklighting. And now I'm going to quote from the testimony of Mary Beth Coolnessys, Executive Director of the Maryland Bow Hunter Society, who unfortunately wasn't able to get her testimony in on time. Shooting deer at night has long been seen as unfair and unethical slaughter. When spotlights are shined into deer's eyes, it leaves them temporarily blinded and rendered all but defenseless. This goes against everything we as outdoorsmen stand for. We also want to ensure safety for all people, pets, and livestock of those who may live in and around land where this nighttime shooting has been allowed. They should not have to live in fear for any longer than the 2 months already allowed for such practices. We, and again, I'm quoting the Secretary of the Bow Hunter Society, strongly feel that with the current means, including the 2 months of nighttime agricultural shooting, more than enough deer are taken every year. The numbers have shown this. Deer are not owned by the state or landowners, they're public domain. And we want to ensure that they remain a part of our beautiful landscape for many generations to come. So going back to my testimony, hunters, the Legislative Sportsmen's Caucus, and I believe that DNR shouldn't allow this type of hunting for more than 2 months each year. That's what this bill would codify it. Without this bill, DNR could allow deer to be killed all day and all night, every day for 365 days a year, including Sundays. And with that, I urge a favorable report.
Well, I'm glad you clarified that you were quoting from somebody else, because suddenly I had this image of you, Mr. Vice Chairman, in camo with bulging biceps and a gigantic, bow.
Yeah, no, I say that image doesn't work. I understand.
It's a seductive image. What can I say? Okay. Next, let's hear from Bill Miles with the Hunters of Maryland. Bill? You need to unmute yourself, Bill. There we go.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Chairman, I had a really good panel all lined up here to kind of complement my appearance. Unfortunately, as they would have it, none of them were able to attend because they all had conflicts, and Delegate Stein was kind enough to read from one of the ladies who was supposed to testify. Delegate Stein did a really good job of explaining it. There's a lot of things that I could have added to that. The bottom line here, Mr. Chairman, was members of the committee, back in 2018, we got an advice of counsel from then John Astle from the AG that DNR had this broad authority under 10.2.16 to allow nighttime shooting. Okay, so DNR, then, we tried to stop the bill in 2018, but that didn't make it. But so now you have DNR through a broad section of state law allows 2 months of nighttime shooting, February 1st to March 31st. 2 months ago, DNR had a stakeholder meeting and they floated what they called concepts. And those concepts are like a prelude to regulations. And those concepts said that maybe these deer cooperators should have 6 months of nighttime shooting. Well, there was intense animosity and opposition to it. So therefore they scaled it back with some proposed regs right now to allow 3 months of nighttime shooting. And if you all read the preamble, it makes it clear that the hunting community understands that there's a need for the farming community to have certain tools. But at the same time, as Delegate Stein mentioned, the whole idea of jacklighting, and I know if you're from an urban county, you probably don't understand jacklighting, but it's a jargon for going out and killing at night, which is an unfair advantage, violates fair chase doctrine. It's awful to do that. What this bill would do would basically say, okay, there's 2 months where you can do it. We're not taking that away. And there would finally be some accountability in terms of reporting of who gets these permits, how long they could be used for, and what the results are. And at the end of the day, we think it's a fair compromise to allow this. And we're just seeking your approval. And legalized jacklighting is not a good thing, but warranted under very limited circumstances. We urge a favorable report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, there are two people signed up in opposition. Let's get to them, and then if there are questions, we'll entertain questions. First is Colby Ferguson. Colby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and we come in opposition of House Bill 1067. This is a bill that we don't believe is needed. This is a bill that this is something that we've worked out with the Department of Natural Resources as a way. This is not hunting. This is to be used to take care of deer herds, particularly overpopulated deer herds. The bar that is needed to achieve or be able to get to this position or to have a deer cooperator permit is extremely high. And the individual that's going to testify after me is one that actually is a deer cooperator, and he's going to explain what they have to go through to get a DCP. So the jack lighting, the shooting them at night with spotlights is not a practice that they use under this DCP. And I will say that the way this bill is written, these deer cooperators have been used. These are sharpshooters, what we call them. Have been used for years, for decades actually, and they're used to address deer in federal parks, as well as at Baltimore Washington International Airport. And the way this bill is written, they would basically be able to address problem deer on February and March, and not the rest of the time. So good luck on getting on a plane out of BWI and hope that they don't hit a deer in the middle of the rest of the year. So this is something that we don't believe is needed. This is very constrained on the use, and it is specifically for the use of overpopulation of deer herds, and is very protected and very difficult to get. And so with that, we would ask for an unfavorable report.
Okay, Bradley Rill with Lippy Brothers Farm. Bradley, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. As you just heard, I'm Brad from Lippy Brothers Farms. We farm about 8,000 acres in Baltimore and Carroll counties. I strongly oppose this bill. Year after year, we have huge financial loss to deer damage. It's really bad, and it's not getting any better. And we do take advantage of the DCP to help eliminate some of that loss. And for us, this is not a sport. This is not fun. This is work. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of work. It's just like controlling weeds or bugs or anything else. If we don't control the deer on our farms, it's just an everyday occurrence that you have to take care of them, because they do get out of hand. And the areas that we do it are only areas that we either own the property or we hold a lease where we pay money to a landowner to farm the property. And so I am a deer cooperator, and it is certainly not an easy task to become one or to shoot under this permit. You have to do a pretty extensive written test. You have to do a shooting test. Then when you to apply for an actual permit, you have to get your operational plan, they call it, which every year you have to get letters from the local law enforcement in each county saying that they approve you to do this. You have to get signed letters from the landowners that say they allow you to do this. You have to send letters of notification to any adjacent landowner of
Brad,
the property.
if you could start to wrap up, the committee would appreciate that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you have to send letters to the landowners. It's an extensive thing. We have to call the police before we shoot. We have to call the DNR before we shoot. And all the deer that we get from these permits are donated. They have to be donated to charitable institutions. So we do that. But I urge you to, we do not support this.
Okay, we've got a number of questions. Let's go first to Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Stein. One clarifying question for Delegate Stein in terms of the timing of this bill. Did I understand you to say that there is a proposal out there, or you're anticipating a proposal to expand this nighttime agricultural shooting from 2 months to 3, or is this just to kind of nip any proposal in the bud right now with this bill?
If I could, thank you, Delegate. If I could defer to Bill Miles, but that is my understanding that there is a proposal to expand it to 3 months. Bill, maybe if you could confirm.
Yeah, that's correct, Delegate Lehman. Back in 2 months ago, we thought it could have been 6 months. But at the stakeholder meeting, there was such opposition that DNR backed off on possibly 6 months of nighttime shooting to 3 months, which is a month more than they have now.
Okay, thank you for that. So is this an administrative decision, or is this not a legislative issue to begin with?
That's one of the issues, Delegate Lehman. It's an administrative decision. It's an administrative decision. It's DNR can, through regulations, can allow nighttime shooting up to 12 months out of the year if they want to.
So you're saying that nighttime shooting did not originate, the allowance for it was never legislated?
Ironically, there's a 10-410 of the Natural Resources article says that you cannot shoot deer at night. However, section 10-206 has broad authority vested with DNR, and the advice of counsel that John Astle asked for, then Senator John Astle asked for 4 years ago, the AG came back and said, well, our argument was, well, one section of the law says you can't, and the other section of the law is silent but gives broad authority. How could the generic section trump the prohibition? And the AG said, if you have two conflicting statutes and they don't mention each other, both can be allowed. And that's why the bill would stop any kind of a regulatory authority. Under the way it is right now, you can hunt 12 months out of the year if DNR promulgated regulations and AELR didn't stop them.
Yeah, that's shocking. Mr. Chairman, if I could just opine for a minute, it seems to me that if for no other reason, we should pass legislation just to clarify, to resolve that issue. I'm surprised no one's ever taken it further or tried to litigate it, but thank you for explaining that. So Mr. Ferguson, did I understand you to say that this nighttime shooting is not being conducted with spotlighting at the same time? If that's the case, how are these hunters, granted, I guess you said they're sharpshooters, but you mean to tell me they're shooting in the pitch like black of night without the use of spotlights? I can't believe that. Yeah,
that's pretty much not a common practice. They use night vision scopes. And this is not hunting. This is utilizing sharpshooters that are focused on doing one thing and one thing only, and that's to address problem deer. They use night vision scopes. I know on the Lippy Brothers, they actually have reflectors within their shooting window that allows them to make sure they stay within their shooting safety zones. This is as regulated as you can get when it comes to addressing. I mean, this is totally different than a deer management permit that farmers use. This one is a sharpshooter specialty permit that is used on national parks. It's used at BWI Airport. It's used anywhere. It's used in Montgomery County. It's used in different places where there's high population densities, where you don't want just hunters shooting and going crazy. And it's just making sure that you stay in a very focused, very detailed. They use suppressors so you don't have the percussion at nighttime. It's very detailed and very, very, very specific in its use.
And just quickly, how many people are approved to go out and do this right now?
I just know on the farming side, we have 4 farmers that are approved. We have 1 in Southern Maryland, 2 on the Eastern Shore, and then the Lippy Brothers up in Carroll and Baltimore County. So as of right now, there's 4. Now there's USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, They actually have their sharpshooters as well. They're the ones that take care of the federal parks and the Department of Natural and the BWI airport. So I don't know how many they have.
So with this last question, Mr. Chair, would this bill then, I mean, if this bill was not passed with the proposal that's out there, would this then apply the expanded nighttime shooting allowance apply to all these different categories of people at BWI and in agricultural areas and USDA and anyone that has this? Would they all then be able to do this 3 or 4 more months of the year if that happens?
Delegate Wayman, no one is saying that there's not reasons not to shoot deer at night for public.
I understand that. Thank you.
Yes.
I understand that.
But there are, according to DNR in our written testimony, there are 40 right now deer cooperator permits. They take about 2,000 deer a year. And then on top of that, you have these deer management permits. And there's about 1,800 of those out there, and they kill about 10,000 deer a year. And they have this agricultural deer cooperator permit, which is site specific, unlike a deer cooperator, which is arguably statewide and relative to certain times. But again, the way the law has been interpreted by the advice of counsel from the General Assembly's AG is the regular 10206 gives DNR the regulatory authority to allow nighttime shooting for all of these people, except DMPs, for 12 months out of the year if they want. And they tried for 6, they backed down to 3. This could cap them at 2, but there should be an exception for public safety at airports. That we agree with Colby.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Healy.
Thank you. This really, I feel like the whole metaphor of, taking a shot in the dark is like put before us in a very strange way in this situation that you're addressing with this bill. My question is about, would you, Mr. Vice Chair, object to doing away with the 2 months as well? I mean, I think that this is just dangerous. And if there's sound, also suppressing the sounds so people don't even know what's going on, this is still, people still wander around in the night, go out and look at the stars. I just think that this is dangerous. So people might not even know what's happening around them.
Delegate, the bill is drafted to codify what is existing DNR practice, was meant to be a compromise. But if the committee feels that 2 months authority should be limited or taken away, I would have no objection.
Thank you very much. I would like to see that.
All right, there appear to be no further questions. So that ends the public hearing on House Bill 1067. Let's proceed to House Bill 1068, also the Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a septics bill. It's a companion bill to House Bill 318, which we heard earlier this session, that sets better standards and accountability for the septic industry. This bill looks to another part of the process, the local government permitting process for septics. The bill would work to improve the efficiency and consistency at the local level in the septic permitting process. This past interim, Senator Hester held a series of meetings with different interest groups about septics and included listening sessions led by MDE, and the bill is the result of these conversations. One finding from the building community and agribusiness was a real frustration with the unpredictable nature of the septic permit process. The standards seem to change from county to county, and communication about the permit process, standards, and timeline was often poor. So this bill helps to make the system better, more transparent. The bill would create a database to be used during the permit process so the applicant can follow where their permit application is in the process, requires MDE to develop and make available a standardized permit form for septic installations. It would develop a statewide standards for private environmental health specialists who work in the industry, and MDE would host monthly meetings with local government employees working in this area to discuss the laws and interpretations of the issues. Now, I do want to note that I'll be taking out the bill's provision that would add $5 million into the Environmental Health Agency budgets. So in conclusion, we've heard a number of times that both MDE and the environmental health officers are severely understaffed, but better systems, training, and accountability would make these jobs easier and would provide more accountability and consistency for the development industry. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge a favorable report.
Okay, let's go to Jason Weintraub with the Building Industry Association signed up in favor. Jason, you out there?
I am. Chairman Barve, good afternoon. Vice Chairman Stein, members of the committee. For the record, Jason Weintraub here on behalf of MBIA.
Hey, let's get the timer going here. Somebody.
Can I get those 5 seconds back? In support of House Bill 1068. Vice Chairman Stein did a good job summarizing the bill and the conversations that took place over the interim. We'd like to thank him for introducing it. I just want to point out the small business effect of the fiscal note. It says that small businesses may benefit from an increase in standardization, clarifications of the standard related to the installation of septic systems. They may also benefit from the online tracking system developed under the bill. MBIA supports this bill wholeheartedly and asks for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Enton is also signed up. Is he here in case you weren't?
I believe that's right. He is in a different committee, Mr. Chairman.
He's elsewhere. Okay. Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action.
Hello, Chairman Barbe, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, here in support of House Bill 1068. We really enthusiastically support this idea of the online tracking system. We do, though, we are signed up favorable with amendments because we think that if we're creating this great new tracking system, let's not throw it out when we're done. So we would suggest having a work group that would create the scope of the database. So that way, after the permitting process is done, we are still building that record of knowing where all of the septic systems are within the state, which has been something that has come up continually before the committee, that this is just an information that we do not currently have in the sort of uniform state within Maryland. So we appreciate all of the work that Senator Hester and Delegate Stein have put on this bill so far, and we urge a favorable report. Thanks.
All righty, let's go to Matthew Geckel. Matthew, welcome back to the committee. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Barve and committee members for hearing this bill. I'm Matt Geckel with Back River Precast, testifying in favor of HB 1068, especially the database part. Lack of a database severely hampers those in the on-site industry. One of the things we need to do is we need to access records of a septic system when it's failing to help us diagnose what's wrong and to repair it. If we go to the county and ask them for records, sometimes it can take up to 2 months to get those records. And people with a failing system don't want to wait 2 months to have their system fixed. So then they have to end up spending more money for us to work without knowing what's there. With that, I wish you all would do a favorable report on HB 1068. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then finally, Lori Graff, who is with the builders, is testifying in favor.
I believe Ms. Graff is in a different committee, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, all right, that's good. Then only one person has signed up in opposition. My Rockville neighbor, Dominic Butchko, is signed up in opposition. So we'll take your testimony and then we'll go to questions.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think there was a technical issue because MACO is in super support of this bill, not even regular support.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, no, we are in love. It's like Valentine's Day all over again. So, yeah, Dominic Butchko, Maryland Association of Counties. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for having me here today. MACO does support this bill. Counties recognize that timely processing of approvals is crucial for local commercial and residential activities. And this bill goes a long way in improving the government side of addressing those delays in the approval process. And again, I just want to thank Delegate Stein and Senator Freihester for the hard work that they did in crafting this bill. They have been working with me and some other county leaders and have really taken what we had to say seriously. And this is just a really good piece of legislation. It's common sense, it's good for local government, it's good for business, and accordingly, MACO urges a favorable report.
All righty then. Delegate Clark has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Stein, so this is just a system that you're going to come up with the forms that need to be put out or input it into a computer. This will have nothing to do with the physical way that a system is built, other than it will document it in the system.
That's correct. It's the online system is to track the status of an application for the installation and any associated permits for a septic system. It has nothing to do with, regulating, the contours of a, size of a system.
Or the type of soils or anything like that.
Correct.
And this will be maintained by the Department of Environment, as opposed to the environmental health branches in each individual county. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so each individual county, my question is, would each individual county still have available to them immediate access to a diagram, say, of a system that was built 10 years ago?
Sure, there's nothing in this bill that would prevent that.
And next question, we're not going to charge the homeowners any kind of fee to get that 10 years later?
No.
There's no fees involved, any extra fees or anything like that?
That's correct.
Yeah. Well, I can, and the gentleman from MACO, I can understand, and when you say that that's a relief to the county environmental health offices in the county, that'll be one less thing that they'll have to maintain and keep.
Yes.
So when you say that's why they like it so, that the counties like it so much.
So it'll be centralized with all county systems. So we would still have to keep some information, but reporting would be easier.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next question, and hopefully last question, will go to Delegate Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the local health departments are still involved. They're just going to have to maintain this database that's created by MDE. Is that how it's going to work?
No, the locals wouldn't be responsible for maintaining the database. That would be MDE, but they would have to input data on the status of applications.
So MDE's inputting the data based on the information from the local health department. Local health department still doing all this, the inspections and permitting and all that, correct?
That's right. Yeah, yes, Delegate, that would not change. But whether it's actually, I mean, my understanding is that local health department officials would input the data that would go into this database for that respective county.
In lieu of them maintaining the data locally?
Wouldn't have to be in lieu, no.
So it would end up in two places?
Wouldn't have to be. But I mean, this doesn't require the displacement of any local database.
Because I know, like in our county, if you go back prior to a certain date, I forget what it is, that the information is just not available. So I guess this is the intent of this is to create like a permanent record?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hold on. Okay. I think that's it. Excuse me, Delegates Bhandari and Krebs have questions. So Delegate Bhandari, welcome to the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's a very wonderful bill. Thank you for bill sponsor, Delegate Stein. And one of the provision of the bill I like is that we all agree that local county environmental health officer can do more communicating effectively about the status of the permit for a septic system repair, which is wonderful. And I wonder, one of the provision of the bill on the health article is develop and make available statewide standard for private environment health specialists who work with on-site sewage disposal system. I wonder the manpower. We have a shortage of the manpower, Delegate Stein. So, do you think that we'll have enough health specialists who can serve in all jurisdiction?
Delegate, maybe if I could ask a follow-up, do you mean by having these statewide standards, would that discourage individuals from becoming private environmental health specialists?
Correct, because when we have a statewide standard and when we reinforce that, we have to make sure that we have enough manpower.
Sure, maybe if I could defer to one of the advocates, Matt, I don't know if you have any comment on that question.
About the effect of the manpower this bill would have.
Yes.
I don't see where it's really going to put any burdens on the environmental health specialists. It would probably help them out more because they're not being asked to go back and pull records like they are now. So, I mean, the homeowner, the installer, whoever can just pull the records up and know what's there.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Krebs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this bill. I mean, I've actually worked with Senator Hester on this. I did not know you were the cross-file, and I'm excited to be here on behalf of the Health and Government Operations Committee. But my question, I might have missed this because I logged in a few seconds late, but on the amendments, I just want to make sure we're getting this right. I know the health officer said several amendments that they were looking for. So can you just explain the amendments to me again about where it's going to be in the code and who's going to do what compared to what's here?
Yeah, Delegate, I mean, the one amendment I mentioned was taking out the mandatory $5 million appropriation to local health departments. I haven't had a chance to see the proposed amendments, but I'd be happy to, the other amendments that were being proposed, but I'd be happy to take a look at them and circle back with you.
No, the reason I'm asking, because I know in the bill in front of us, they have on page 2, line 27, it tells that in the health occupations article that the department will do a certain thing. And I thought this was being pushed over to MDE. So we just want to make sure that what we're trying to accomplish is actually drafted in the bill correctly of who's going to be responsible. And I think that was one of their concerns. But I love the fact of the consistency. And I like the fact that MDE is going to be back involved with this, and it will take some burden off of the health environmental health officers. But just check their amendments because I think at least a couple of them. I just want to make sure it's drafted to that. And we're not going to have another chance to look at it in HGO, but I really think it's a great bill, and I hope we get it straight. So thank you.
Yeah, happy to look at their proposals and get back with you on that. Okay, there appeared to be no further questions. So, well, wait a minute. Was anybody signed up in nobody was signed up in opposition. So that ends the public hearing on this bill. Thank you to our friends from HGO. Off with you now. Let's go to House Bill 1070, Delegate Boyce.
Ooh, thank you. And I'm going to remind everybody who's testifying 2 minutes. Sorry.
That's right, because there are 16 of you.
Amen. Yay. All right. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Regina T. Boyce, here to present HB 1070, Solid Waste Disposal and Diversion and On-Farm Composting and Composting Use. HB 1070 establishes an on-farm composting and compost use grant fund as a special non-lapsing fund, the Environmental Stewardship Fund. The fund will support 2 programs, the Maryland Waste Diversion and the Maryland on-farm composting and compost use. Say that 20 times fast. The waste diversion program will provide grants to counties for support for local waste diversion methods and plans. The on-farm composting and compost use program will provide grants used to support farmers and community garden spaces with implementation and development for composting capacity. The programs will be funded by applying a $5 per ton surcharge on waste disposal at refuse disposal facilities in Maryland. Surcharge fees are not uncommon. There are 29 states that have landfill tipping fee surcharges, specifically Pennsylvania, Ohio, New Jersey, Iowa, Indiana, Minnesota, and Wisconsin have surcharges that go towards state programs. Fees across the country range from as little as 25 cents per cubic feet of unpacked waste or tonnage to $13 per ton. Surcharge fees have been established and goes far back to 1984. HB 1070 builds on legislation passed in 2021 session, HB 264, the Solid Waste Management, Organics, Recycling, and Waste Diversion Food Residuals, by creating needed capacity to manage the large amounts of diverted food from landfills and incinerators by using and strengthening our agricultural community to do so. The EPA states that 30% of what we throw out is yard waste and food scraps, and it is estimated that 1/3 of food produced in the world is lost or wasted, equaling about 1.3 billion tons of food wasted. Further, this means that 1/3 of the resources used for food production were wasted as well. This is the reason HB 1070 is important. It uses the same resources that throws away and manages trash to instead build the capacity to remove wasted and discarded food from the waste stream and placing them back into productive use. I want to thank the committee for your time and your consideration of HB 1070 and urge a favorable report. I do want to take the time to say that there were a couple of amendments that actually were drafted before this bill dropped that did not make it on this bill. So we will be hopefully having some time to correct that. And I want to thank the opponents for contacting me and texting me about this bill. And I'm happy that we're going to work through this and get this to a reasonable finish line for everybody. Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's go to Martha Ainsworth. Martha, welcome back to the committee. You have exactly 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to be exact. Good afternoon, Chairman Barbe, Vice Chair Stein, and committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth, Chair of Maryland Sierra Club Chapter's Zero Waste Team, speaking in support of HB 1070 on behalf of the chapter's more than 70,000 members and supporters. Reducing waste and its disposal in landfills and incinerators is one of several strategies for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, fighting climate. But success in diverting waste from disposal depends on having in place the infrastructure for expanded composting and recycling by local government, businesses, farmers, schools, and other entities. So HB 1070 would increase investment in recycling and composting infrastructure financed by a $5 per ton surcharge on waste disposal. Now, there are two channels through which the surcharge would divert waste. First, it would generate an estimated $31 million per year, according to the fiscal note, to fund grants for equipment, infrastructure, and education to develop, expand, or implement programs for reducing solid waste, reusing, repairing, recycling, and composting, rescuing edible food, on-farm composting and compost use, and minimizing illegal dumping. And the second way it will reduce waste is the surcharge itself will increase the cost of waste disposal, creating an incentive to compost and recycle more. If the investments are successful in diverting waste, the total cost of waste disposal, even with the surcharge, will be less than it is now because there'll be less waste to dispose of. Disposal surcharges already fund waste diversion investments in many states and local jurisdictions across the country. The Sierra Club thanks Delegate Boyce for her leadership on this issue and respectfully requests a favorable report on HB 1070. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, Christy Bloomer. Christy, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Hello, everyone. My name is Christy Blummer, and I'm speaking on behalf of Compost Crew, we are strongly in support and request a favorable report. Compost Crew is a public benefit corporation headquartered in Rockville, Maryland. We recycle food waste from thousands of homes, businesses, and municipalities in the DC metro region. We partner with local farms to recycle food scraps and make high quality local compost, which enriches soil, supports local food production, and benefits the environment. We make an organic soil amendment for farms so they don't have to rely on inorganic chemical inputs. We also create a circular economy for our community, allowing a municipality to grow food and recycle food scraps in a closed loop solution. A solid waste disposal surcharge of $5 per tip would be extremely beneficial. Our goal is to build organics recycling infrastructure to support recycling and environmental objectives while benefiting farmers. There is a lot of pent-up demand from farmers. However, it is financially challenging for farmers to purchase high-quality compost. In addition, on-farm composting is expensive. Systems require site improvements, equipment, and trained staff to run them smoothly. We're competing with the traditional trash industry, and we need to work hard to build a professionally managed, economically viable system. Anything that makes trash more expensive allows us to increase collections of food waste. This bill would boost demand and infrastructure that would help farmers and healthy soils. In addition, help restaurants and other food waste generators participating in food scrap recycling programs. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vice Chairman, could you please take over? Okay, you've got the con.
Sure. Let me just 1 second. Let me find the witness list. Okay. Let's see. Keith Olinger, please.
Yes, hello. This is Keith Olinger. I'm a farmer in Howard County. I want to thank the vice chair and the chair and the committee for having me. Essentially, if you've ever tried to hammer in a nail into a piece of wood with your shoe, you'll understand the importance of having the right piece of equipment for the job. And so as far as from a farming perspective, to make the compost, when we started out, we used a small front end loader. And as the farm grew, as the business grew, we went to a larger one, but we got to a point where we were spending about 4 hours every day turning our compost piles to get a good quality end product. What we really needed was a compost windrow turner, which is essentially a large machine that you can put your compost in a long row and you can drive straight through the material and it turns it and can do a few other things as well. But it does a really great job, and it would reduce our time from 4 hours a day down to 10 minutes a day. Now, obviously, that's a huge benefit to me because I still had other work that I had to do throughout the day that I was taking time for just to turn compost piles. In order for us to get that piece of equipment, there is no revenue stream attached with our composting. So I had to figure out how to get the money together to buy that piece of equipment. Thankfully, in our county, Howard County, we have an ag innovation grant. I was able to apply and get for that grant, but that took several months. Then they were able to apply for a matching Marbidco grant, which we ultimately got, but that took a little longer so that I could finally have enough money that I could add to it so we could buy the piece of equipment. But we had to order it then and then wait until the piece of equipment finally arrived. So we were in competition with all manner and sorts of other projects, and there was no guarantee that we would get anything. So to have a designated fund that's actually taking and giving money out to in consideration of these projects would be a huge benefit to the farming community. And with that, I'll let the others speak. They have some good testimony as well. Thank you very much for your time. We asked for a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll go to Keith Lasoya.
Keith is not able to get into the meeting, Vice Chair Stein. He's in the waiting room.
He's in the waiting room. Ben, do you see him? Okay, well, why don't we skip over him? We'll circle back. He's able to join us. Next, we'll go to Robin Clark.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I am here.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it took me
Great.
a moment to come off mute. Robin Clark with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation here today in support of HB 1070. You've heard many good things. You'll hear more. Waste diversion of this sort is good for the bay's cleanup. We're minimizing carbon dioxide and methane release. We're reducing greenhouse gas emissions and also improving air quality. Well, for these reasons, we support the bill, which is really structured as a win-win. I know you hear that a lot as legislators, but in this case, I see a direct correlation between the surcharge that you'd get actually going back to county governments who could set up and bolster their composting infrastructure with money from that surcharge. So for these reasons, we support this legislation, moving the state forward, getting better composting infrastructure, support our farmers, and support the Bay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next, Yvette Cabrera.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee. And thank you to Delegate Boyce for her leadership on this topic. My name is Yvette Cabrera, and I'm the Director of Food Waste at NRDC, the Natural Resources Defense Council, and we're an organization of some 700 scientists, lawyers, and advocates with the power of more than 3 million members. NRDC has had the honor of being a partner in and witness to Maryland becoming a national leader on waste and sustainability. And today NRDC is testifying in support of HB 1070 because better food and waste management is key to combating climate change, protecting our natural resources, and supporting thriving communities. Waste facilities like landfills and incinerators cause massive environmental injustices in communities. And when we landfill materials that could have been composted or recycled, we also waste all of the embedded resources in those materials. And when we landfill organics like food waste, we create methane, a climate pollutant 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide. And solutions to our waste problem exist, but they need more support to be successful. This legislation and the resulting 2 grant programs would help on a myriad of fronts. They would boost programs that enable waste prevention, which is the best way to reduce the problems associated with waste by not creating the waste in the first place, and especially to not landfill or incinerate useful materials. They would bolster reuse programs and support food rescue activities, which is critical with the levels of food insecurity that we're seeing. They would support recycling, including the recycling of food scraps to create compost and put nutrients back into our soils. Composting and other types of recycling create more jobs in landfills or incinerators, and Baltimore's community compost programs are a great example of how composting can achieve not only environmental, but social and economic benefits as well. This grant funding would help programs like these continue and expand. We hope you will support HB 1070, which is a critical step in increasing the diversion of useful materials from landfills and incinerators, and in supporting local communities through maximizing the use of valuable resources, reducing pollution, and creating jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go back to Keith Lasoya. Keith, are you in?
Can you hear me now?
Great, yes.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair Stein and the other members of the Environmental and Transportation Committee. My name is Keith Lasoya, and I come to you today from Waste Neutral. We are a residential and commercial food scrap hauler in Baltimore. We started hauling organics in 2009, and I always laugh when I think about it because when we started hauling organics, I think the biggest challenge was explaining what the word sustainability was to folks. But we've come a long way since then. And with the advent of the 2021 law, HB 264, which we see as a sea change in the industry, the type of funding in this bill will be critical to expand local infrastructure and the education to meet the projected high volumes of food waste in the years to come. Over the years, I can tell you that working with all of the small businesses and large ones, schools, processors, and rural farms, we recognize the struggles that they face. And even on a relatively small scale, this funding will provide the education, equipment, and general infrastructure management to expand their organic waste diversion efforts. As a commercial hauler, we are no stranger to the miscellaneous environmental fees that accompany standard tipping fees. We feel the surcharge proposed in this bill, compared to the assistance and benefits of the proceeds that it will provide, are realistic. Furthermore, these grants will create good paying jobs with dignity for their community while improving the soil health to provide high quality local produce for seasons to come. I can tell you that whether it's paying for surcharges at an incinerator, landfill, or even one of our processing facilities, they fluctuate a lot. We don't see them as a pass-through cost so much. We just see them as a cost of doing business for ourselves. And the way we're structured, we're a high volume, low margin business. And the more volume we get, the lower our costs are to our customers. So we don't see the surcharge as a big challenge, and they're quite frankly part of the business. So thank you very much for your time. And I would like to throw my support wholeheartedly behind HB 1070.
Thank you. Next we'll go to Human Hadarian.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Vice Chair Stein, and hello to the members of the committee. My name is Human Hadarian, and I am the Fair Farms Campaign Manager, which is a program of Waterkeepers Chesapeake. And we ask for a favorable report on this bill. I work with many farmers throughout, many local and farmers that practice regenerative agriculture in the state. And I am a former farmer, and I can say that everyone I've talked to and they all practice composting on their farms. It's a very important part of regenerative agriculture. Want more education around composting in their communities, more infrastructure on their farms to use compost to grow better food, healthy food for their communities. And I believe that this bill is a great opportunity to support local and small scale farmers doing this in the state. What else can I add? Compost is a naturally it's an ecological process that's been existing since the beginning of time. So why not invest in a process that we know works in the environment and works on small scale farms as well. So thank you to Delegate Boyce for sponsoring this bill, and thank you to ILSR for drafting and helping draft this bill. And if anyone has any questions about their compost bins at their house, please let me know, or please let ILSR know. They can definitely help you with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Sophia Jones.
Yes, hi. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify today, and to Delegate Boyce for bringing this legislation forward. My name is Sophia Jones. I'm a policy fellow at the Institute for Local Self-Reliance, and I've spent the past 6 months researching the 8 states that Delegate Boyce mentioned that use disposal surcharges to fund waste diversion, similar to the mechanism that HB 1070 proposes for Maryland. I have heard firsthand testimonies from each state agency on how their surcharge and resulting diversion efforts have had positive impacts on their local communities, economies, and the environment. New Jersey, for instance, gave $16 million back to local governments for recycling last year. During the peak of North Carolina's program, 35 to 80 waste diversion projects were funded each year. Pennsylvania funds grants for recycling as well as land and watershed conservation. And in 2020, Indiana's $1.8 million in grant funding created an estimated 47 new jobs and diverted an additional 85,000 tons of material from disposal. The article submitted with my written testimony summarizes this state data. In Table 1, the surcharges range from 50 cents to $13 per ton. The proposed surcharge for Maryland is in the middle of this range at $5 per ton, and this would generate over $30 million in annual revenue. This bill also incorporates key lessons learned from those state programs, such as a designated protected fund for the revenue, a portion of the funds going directly to local governments, a simple grant application process, and priority funding for low-income areas. These elements strengthen the proposed programs and ensure a wide and distributed investment into waste diversion throughout Maryland. So if the successes in other states are any indication, this model would be game-changing for Maryland. So let's do it in Maryland too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Colby Ferguson.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and it's good to be back on the positive side of a bill again. This is a bill that, we support on-farm composting, and I think Keith Ollinger did a great job of really explaining the conundrum we have is you got a lot of farmers that want to get into this and want to start utilizing off-farm resources and feedstock, but it is such a there's just not really a constant source, and so you're hunting and pecking, and you're hoping you get some, and you hope that they will move it, and it really doesn't get to a point where it's consistent to be able to sign up. And we believe a bill like this, so you're going to either do one of two things. You're either going to put a fee on the trash and directly source the funds from that diversion to put the program in place and get the information or the technology in place to be able to do the diversion and get it out to the farms, or you're going to have to appropriate it with taxpayer dollars. So it's going to be one way or the other. We're all going to pay for this if we're going to ever move this in this way. And honestly, when talking to farmers right now, we paid $190 per ton for nitrogen last spring. And we're going to pay, if you haven't already booked your nitrogen, it's at $900 a ton right now. So the cost of fertilizer is catastrophically high. Our price of food is going to go through the roof. We're going to see it in the grocery store, and we have to do a better job of diverting those nitrogen sources that are stuck in the landfill and put them onto the farm so we can offset some of this cost. So with that, we encourage a favorable report.
But more proof that because fertilizer is expensive, farmers aren't overusing it. Isn't that right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Donna Kuzumchak. I'm sorry, I'm blowing your name. Donna?
I believe both Donna and the next witness, Garvey Heiderman, are not here at the moment.
Okay, we'll go to Brenda.
Garvey's actually, I take that back. I believe Garvey is here.
All right, Garvey, you're up next.
How's it going, everybody? Thank you very much for having me, members of the committee. My name is Garvey Heiderman. I own the Hobbit Restaurant in Ocean City, Maryland, and also Ocean Compost LLC. So my family has run the restaurant for 45 years. I've been running it for the last 10 years on my own. And back in 2018, I actually sorted all our waste into compostable and non-compostable bins. I personally weighed all of it for 2 weeks, and I discovered that just over 50% of it was actually compostable material. And that was when I decided to start a compost program down here. Since 2018, we have been funded partially by, some donation drives and whatnot, but the lion's share of it has come from my personal funds. And I realize that that's not something that everyone who owns a restaurant or is a food waste producer is going to do. And that's exactly why we need a bill like this. If we don't help these food waste producers with purchasing materials needed to sort their waste, then basically the intent, in my opinion, of all the compost legislation that's getting pushed through is going to stagnate. And no question that this bill is going to help, provide momentum needed to get a critical mass of businesses recycling and reducing their waste moving forward. Very much support Keith's sentiments as well, as he was touching on a few of those things. To finish up, Maryland, in my opinion, I've grown up here my entire life. We've always been a leader in the green space, and I think we're severely lagging behind in this sector currently. I'm an efficiency guy at the end of the day, and the fact that we don't have the infrastructure in place to capture a high value renewable resource to me is kind of crazy, especially being a watershed state, et cetera. We need to continue a parallel path, the infrastructure and legislation, to make sure that composting is part of Maryland's waste management program. And finally, the opposition will state that this is not the time to impose these fees to haulers, when in fact it's very much the time. The sooner we continue to institute legislation like this, the sooner the metrics will work out, both in the public and private sector. And just lastly, remember that this bill does not just help a select few, it benefits everyone. And that's, I think, very important when we are talking about legislation like this. States all around the country have done this already, and they prove that it's working. And now is the time to be a leader in our region once again. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay. Next, let's go to Brenda Platt. Brenda?
Yes. Hello, dear Chairman Barve and Vice Chair Stein and members of the committee. I'm Brenda Platt with the national nonprofit, the Institute for Local Self-Reliance, where I've been advancing recycling for more than 30 years, including in Maryland. I'm just going to highlight 5 reasons to support this bill. First, Maryland is dumping and burning far too much waste, and recycling levels have actually dropped. Secondly, despite progress on legislation, funding for recycling and composting is virtually non-existent. There's always money to build a landfill, a wastewater treatment facility, or an incinerator, but we need funding for solutions to prevent waste, to encourage reuse and repair over throwaway items, to help farmers compost on site, or even use compost, to educate the public on the benefits of recycling, and of course, to combat illegal dumping. Third, this is the time for this investment. There's so much innovation taking place. New companies are providing reusable foodware service. Their biggest obstacle is financing. We have farmers who want to compost if they were equipped and trained. The fourth point is this bill is self-funding. It is not an unfunded mandate on the state, but rather an opportunity to grow the capacity of state and local governments to reduce waste. You may hear that the $5 per ton surcharge at disposal sites will hurt taxpayers. That is not a given. Rather, this bill will encourage waste generators to stop producing trash. The less trash produced, the lower solid waste disposal fees. And recycling and composting are cheaper than landfilling and burning, and they sustain more jobs. And number 5, this type of program has been in place for decades in other states. With this bill, Maryland would be a leader among states and a model for others to follow. Let me end by sharing that more than 20 groups have signed on to our written testimony, and I want to thank Delegate Boyce for introducing this bill and for your consideration.
All righty, and last but not least, Dominic Butchko with AMACO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My last bill in front of you guys today. Dominic Butchko from the Maryland Association of Counties. MACO supports HB 1070 with amendments. First, I just want to thank Delegate Boyce for introducing such an innovative and great bill. Reading this personally, I was just incredibly excited about the possibilities that these investments can make. MACO's only issue, and this might not be a surprise to everyone, would be the $5 surcharge, which would be effectively levied on counties. I know, Delegate Boyce, I saw your face. Our issue here, just instead of using a new pool of resources to make this meaningful change, this funding mechanism will draw on an already constrained area of resources. And some of these resources may already be going towards environmental purposes. The vast majority of HB 1070 supports innovation in local waste management. Unfortunately, this current funding mechanism as proposed can draw back some of the effectiveness that we could really get out of this program. Counties ask for reconsideration of the fee structure so that needed funds aren't taken away from our already limited resources, and accordingly, MACO urges a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the 2 opponents and then we'll entertain questions for the whole lot of you. So let's go to Mr. Beriano. Bruce, you're
Good
on.
afternoon once again, Mr. Chairman, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, Bruce Beriano. I'm here on behalf of Queen Anne's County. Maybe should have signed up favorable with amendments. There's a lot of things said by the proponents that is very valuable. But let's deal with realities, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Queen Anne's County, for a long time, has been in a 4-county compact with Talbot County, Caroline County, and Kent County. And they have been doing landfills, rotating among the 4 counties on a 10-year cycle. So currently, they're finishing up in Talbot County and will have a landfill in Queen Anne's County. And it is working, it is operating, it is environmentally safe and helpful, all the things that a lot of the proponents are talking about. But it's based upon an economic fee structure. And just like you heard from MACO, I would exempt out existing operations that are already in a system. This bill imposes these fees on local counties. They're already paying a tipping fee, and this would make it economically much more difficult and really put a tax on these 4 counties by the passage of this if you don't modify the funding mechanism, or at least grandfather in existing compacts that are operating so that they can operate in the same fashion as they always have been. It's not going to help in these 4 jurisdictions, or at least those that are participating in, because all the waste and the compost and the trash from these 4 counties goes to the 1 county, and they rotate around. So I'd be happy to work with the committee, with MACO. Really need to have a better funding mechanism for this bill, something more real. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then the last witness is Pam Casemeyer, and we will go to questions. Pam.
Hi, Pam Casemeyer here on the behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association, respectfully in opposition, and in some ways not due to the intent of the bill. In fact, I want to say that for the private sector waste industry, this bill actually directly doesn't have much impact on us, but I thought it would be less than honest to not say that the funding mechanism has significant negative implications and is sort of not tied to what we want to do. The industry is very supportive of expanded composting, on-farm, small, everything, and they have been, and we've been working on all those issues. But you're going to need some commercial grade or composting, and most of those barriers are more zoning and siting related than funding related. And so that's one issue, but more importantly, almost every single disposal facility in the state is local government owned and operated. We are not the same as other states. There's not private disposal facilities. There's maybe 1 transfer station. Most all of them are public. So the counties are going to be paying this money. The haulers will pass it on to their customers, which is your businesses, your residents, and everyone else, because Maryland is not organized like all states are with private sector disposal facilities. So essentially, you're adding a fee at your local landfill, and then you say maybe they can get some money back, but we'll pass it on to all of your customers, all of your residents. And it's not to say that everyone in the state should not fund these types of programs, but I think it would be less than candid to say that is how the funding will flow down because of the nature of how our disposal facilities are structured in the state. And so with that, we feel like the objectives are very notable. We want to work on them, but this is not necessarily the structure to do so.
Okay, we have a question from Delegate Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question for the delegate voice. No, I need you to help me here a little bit. Now, this will be a $5 a ton fee on all solid waste and compost materials, everything.
Yes, sir.
That comes into the landfill. Now, my question is, how is it going to be separated so it can be diverted?
I think that's the issue, is that we don't have the ability to divert it, and we don't have systems in place to do so. So I see this as a personal, tithe to oneself to put aside the money to then create the infrastructure so we can start beginning to figure out how we to do this, because that is the issue. So it's not about them diverting the trash. We're asking them to pay towards this infrastructure so that we can build it.
Yeah, but my question is, who's going to divert the compostable stuff away from the stuff that's not compostable?
Oh, not the industry, no, but I mean, that's where we are talking about individual. We talked about diverting some of the funds to local municipalities so they can start implementing and figuring that piece out. So we're not telling the trash people, hey, you need to go in and separate the trash. What we're saying is we're going to take this fee and we're going to ask folks to help figure this out so we can start building this infrastructure so that we then are starting to divert. And if Sophia or Brenda want to respond to that as well, I mean, I think I'm doing my best.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. So Delegate Clark, I can just add to what Delegate Boyce said is that the $5 nominal surcharge on disposal would go into a grant program that would then fund local governments, businesses, nonprofits, farmers in creating the capacity that's needed to do the source separation.
Brenda, could I piggyback that from a frontline perspective?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Delegate Clark, this is Garvey Heiderman from the Hobbit Restaurant. So I deal with this stuff on a day-to-day basis as an operator and as a composter. And the frontline people such as myself in the restaurants, in the grocery stores, they're going to be the ones source separating, the compostables from the non-compostables, to answer your question directly. And where this bill comes into play is, currently I'm having to provide bins for people to encourage them to compost. This bill bridges that gap and financially gives them that mechanism to say, okay, I don't have to pay for these bins. I have education flowing to me. I understand what I'm doing. And now my people know how to source separate better. Does that answer your question, Delegate Clark?
Yeah, to a certain extent, but it brings up another question. Wouldn't that take local legislation to require the restaurants or the fast food places and industries that deal in compostable food to have to separate it?
I think that's a fair question. No, I'm sorry, Garvey. That's a fair question. I think that's respectfully to Pan Casemeyer's point about zoning, right? And so once we started to do this, does your local municipality actually have a system of composting? If they do they have a place to put it? Is it going to be have to be hauled from outside? Are we going to impact these small farms? So on and so forth. So I think it's again the building of it. I'm sorry, Garvey, you can go ahead. I think I cut you off.
No problem at all. Thank you. It's going to be a combination of mandates and organic, voluntary participation. For example, we have a lot of people down here in Ocean City that want to participate in the program, but they might not want to pay for their bins, or we might not have the support to educate them. When you're in cities, you have lots of restaurants that are going to want to participate in this just out of the goodness of their hearts. So it's going to be a combination. And that's why I brought up in my point, we need to grow infrastructure and legislation parallel path.
Okay, I understand that. And my one last question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, to the delegate, in an instance where, say in Calvert County, we have one landfill. Okay, our landfill, we don't dump in our landfill. The waste is brought to the landfill and transferred out.
Right.
It's more of a transfer station. Where will it be weighed? We have green box sites all over the county. The county picks it up, brings it to the transfer station. Where will it be weighed, and how and who? Where does the county pick up the revenue on the $5 a ton?
That's a good question. I think that's one of the discrepancies in the bill in regards to transfer station about who will weigh. And so that's something we want to work through. So thank you for reminding me.
Tipping fees is how we operate the landfill now as an enterprise zone. And we set the tipping fees so it pays for itself. So, a lot of questions. One last statement, Mr. Garvey. I have ate at your restaurant many times over the last 30 years or so before you built the new one and all.
Yes, sir.
And I never leave any food on the plate. So
awesome. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
I'll leave that straight line alone.
Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Weigel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how was the $5 fee derived?
So as we talked about there, the fee goes in other places as high as $13 and as low as 25 cents. Honestly, it was a discussion we all had. I think the advocates, and they can jump in when they're ready, wanted to start at about a $9 or $10. And I personally said that I didn't think that was a non-starter.
Wouldn't you need to know what the cost of the program is and try to cover that cost?
Which we did.
I mean, $1 million a year.
With the $5 and the ability for the departments to take a 10% fee per the fiscal note, which is more than enough for them to administer the program.
I guess the problem I have with the fee is, believe it or not, in our area, it's very competitive. So Washington County, if the rate is not competitive, they lose their business to Upton in Pennsylvania, or they lose it to West Virginia, which you might say, was that a bad thing that our refuse is going to another state? Potentially not, but they do have to cover their operational costs at the landfill. And I can tell you, adding $5 per ton would probably put that landfill out of business.
Understood. So I'm just hearing you say that more folks would otherwise put our trash outside of the state.
They would, yeah.
Oh, I accept that comment, and we can talk about it and work through it. There's a thought that it actually wouldn't, because when you talk about $5, and if different fees, for instance, right now are what, maybe if they're, I think there's an example about Prince George's County, I'll let someone speak about, I think it's Sierra Club, $70 for instance. We're talking about now $75. And so the question is the percentage is not that high. Again, the fee is work withable. I mean, right now, per the fiscal note, it's generated at $31.7 million.
Yeah.
If it was 250, I mean, it's still going to generate the amount. I'm happy to work with and around the fee, because the reality is we need to build the infrastructure. So if this is, we're putting on a fee and it's just for 4 to 5 years to build enough funding to help pay for an infrastructure, I think that is something I'm certainly open to, but we do need funding. And again, I want to stress that this is not new to Maryland, but not new. But if Martha, did you want to speak to that, or Brenda?
Go there. Delegate Boyce, I mean, I was absent for part of the public hearing, so forgive me, but didn't we pass a charcutian bill last year?
Yes, I mentioned it in my testimony, and because of that, I mean, we're saying that this stuff has to be put somewhere, but we really don't have somewhat of the infrastructure to actually manage it. And so this is one of the mechanisms that could be used to start helping to manage it. And if I remember correctly, that starts next January, actually.
Yeah, I thought so too. Okay, well, actually, let's go to Mary Lehman. She has a question. It is 5:20, and I kind of want to get moving because I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more bills. So Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, and I will try to be brief, Mr. Chairman. So I'm concerned or wonder about an opt-in or an opt-out provision for my home county of Prince George's, which many of you have heard many, many times has the largest composting facility on the East Coast. And we are, very soon, I think, Martha knows this, we're going to soon have curbside. We have a pilot program that now is going countywide. So we have the infrastructure, we have a facility, we actually now have bins provided by the county. So I think it's great what you're looking to do in the rest of the state, but I hope this isn't off-putting, but I don't think we need this really at this point. I think it's fair to say in Prince George's.
Well, I think then you'll be agreeing with Mr. Bruce Beriano, who essentially was asking about an exemption for those who are already doing the work.
Okay, no, I missed that, but certainly all I heard him talking about was Eastern Shore counties, and Prince George's is in a very different situation.
I understand that, but what he was asking about was exemptions for individuals who are already, to a degree, have the capacity and are already doing the work. So what I'm saying is that I hear you and thank you, and I'm
okay.
Welcome. I'm happy to take that suggestion and work with that.
No, I appreciate that, but could you just clarify real quickly, is there a mechanism right now as your bill is drafted that's opt-in or opt-out? There's not. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay, let's, all right, there don't appear to be any more questions. Let's terminate the public hearing on this bill and move to—
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, absolutely. House Bill 1110, Delegate Holmes, who Delegate Stewart pointed out that you are not quite up to his level. You have one less bill than he does. But if the competition were between impenetrably complex bills, I believe you would be the front runner.
Oh, fantastic. However, this particular time, Mr. Chair, the answer to your question is no. And your question, Mr. Chair, is is there any opposition to this bill?
Okay.
And because of that, Mr. Chair, I am going to be before you less time than a husband of the famously fabulous Zaza Gabor or Elizabeth Taylor. I will not be here long.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the
Yes.
opportunity to present to all of you HB 1110. And this bill, HB 1110, is lead poisoning prevention, elevated blood level. Very, very briefly, Mr. Chair, it is a very simple bill. The CDC reduced its blood level reference value from 5 micrograms per deciliter down to 3 micrograms per deciliter. And because the CDC reduced their blood level reference value, we at the state level must reduce our blood level reference level in accordance to what the CDC has done. And our requirements in the state of Maryland require us to do that a year after it takes place at the CDC level. And so that is what this bill does. Beginning the CDC on October 28th of 2021, as I indicated at the top, reduced their blood level reference value from 5 micrograms per deciliter down to 3. So by October of 2022, we, Maryland Department of Environment, will begin to process our reduction in notification of children and persons that own the houses down at 3 micrograms per deciliter as well. And with that, Mr. Chair, I am complete with my testimony.
So this is unusual. Both Zafar Shah and Aaron Greenfield support this bill.
I told you, Mr. Chair, it's like the husband of Zaza Gabor and Elizabeth Taylor.
Okay. Zafar Shah.
Thank you, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, members of the committee. I'm Zafar Shah, an attorney at the Human Right to Housing program at the Public Justice Center. We provide legal assistance and representation to hundreds of renters in Maryland. And the action level for notice of defect when a child is diagnosed or is measured with an elevated blood lead level is a major concern for parents. They want to see the quickest reaction and intervention time possible. They don't want to wait until their child measures above 5 micrograms per deciliter. So lowering this measurement, this reference level to 3.5 as recommended by the CDC, and then sort of future-proofing this issue through this bill so that if the CDC changes the level in the future, again, MDE's level will reflect that change, is something that's not, this is not a technical issue. This is not just a public health issue. It is top of mind for particularly low income renters throughout the state who are experiencing still elevated blood lead levels in their children. So we absolutely support this bill. We think it should be a priority for the committee. We thank Delegate Holmes for bringing this forward. And I thank my colleagues at MMHA for also supporting this bill. We seek your favorable report.
You're on mute, Mr. Chair. There you go.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll turn to Deputy Secretary of MDE, Horacio Tablada.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Horacio Tablada, Deputy Secretary, and I'm glad to be here. I'm appearing before you this time. We're in full support of House Bill 1110, and we thank Delegate Holmes for sponsoring that bill. As you know, we have been many years coming before this committee on lead poisoning prevention legislation. Since 1994, the state had done a tremendous job fighting the lead poisoning issues around the state, and we have been successful in achieving high levels of reduction. However, the job is not done. And when we went from levels of 10 to 15 to 10 to 10 to 5, and now we're going to 3.5, and as recommended by CDC. And we think any level of lead is never good. So we're in full support of that. But what this bill does, and something we're considering, and I'm going to let Kelly Lalaker, the director, to explain, is that because we had to have the environmental investigators who are risk assessors. This is somebody that is a fully trained person going in the homes to identify very specific sources of where the lead's coming from. And as the levels get lower, the harder that job is. So you spend time in the home trying to find, and with the family, trying to find the source of the lead poisoning. So with that, the bill requires a group of stakeholders coming together to come out with recommendations for next year's session. So with that, thank you, and I respectfully ask for a favorable report. And again, thanks to Delegate Holmes, and Kaylee can get more in the details of that.
Okay, Kaylee Lalaker, if you'd like to testify, you've got 2 minutes. Welcome to the committee.
Great, thank you. Again, I'm Kaylee Lalaker. I'm the Director of the Land and Materials Administration at MDE. Under this bill, as was mentioned, starting in October of this year, MDE would start notifying parents and property owners whenever a child is diagnosed with a blood level at or above 3.5 micrograms per deciliter. And then between now and the end of 2022, MDE would work with stakeholders and study the most effective way to incorporate that lower blood level into the rest of our programs, including environmental investigations. And then finally, starting January 1, 2024, environmental investigations would start at the lower blood level. And it's important that MDE has sufficient time to plan and build capacity for environmental investigations at the lower levels. An environmental investigation is a comprehensive evaluation of all the potential lead hazards in a child or pregnant woman's environment, and it's performed in the home by an accredited risk assessor. The accreditation requires over a year of training and experience, so scaling up that capacity to perform environmental investigations takes some time. The last reduction that we had in the elevated blood level to 5 micrograms per deciliter went into effect in July 2020. And because of the challenges in expanding in-home investigations during the pandemic, we're still working to train some of the additional staff that we hired to perform environmental investigations as part of that change. Lowering the blood level to 3.5 would result in an estimated 800 to 1,100 additional cases that would require investigations. And just for point of comparison, that's approximately 3 times the number of cases that MDE handled in 2020. So House Bill 1110 would allow MDE some additional time to work with partners and come up with a plan to most effectively.
If you could start to wrap up your testimony, the committee would appreciate that.
Sure. Thank you. MDE requests a favorable report on House Bill 1110. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And last but not least, Ruth Ann Norton. Ruth Ann, welcome to the committee. Ruth Ann, is she with us?
I don't believe she's here right now.
Okay, well, that ends we do have some questions. Mary Lehman and Delegate Wyville. Let's try to make this quick. We're at 5:30.
Yeah, I don't see Mary. So my question was, could you clarify? I thought you said July 2020. The level was at 10 and then it was moved to 5, correct?
And the CDC reduced their levels, their blood level value on October 28th, 2021.
To 3.5 or to 5?
Yes, sir, to 3.5, from 5 to 3.5.
Didn't we just come down from 10 to 5?
That is correct. That is correct. That is correct. Now we're going from 5 to 3.5.
Wow. Okay. So,
and I might also add that any blood level is dangerous, but I'm glad that
I understand that, but it seems like it's moving quickly. Thanks.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay. That appears to be it. If Mary, I think Mary's hand is up from the last thing. So, okay, that ends the public hearing on House Bill. What? She's not signed up. Sorry, we're moving on. Okay, House Bill 1126, Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. For the record, Delegate Chris Adams offering House Bill 1126 related to gray water systems for authorization. This is going to be a bill with the benefit of Delegate Anderton's leadership to make it a local bill just for Wicomico County. In reading the bill, you'll see that it has been narrowly tailored for a particular situation or a few situations that are possible. In our county, we have an existing business that was permitted to operate. And during COVID, we have found desperate need to help all restaurants, but in this case, a specific business that with our help will be able to meet Department of Health guidelines and go a long way towards allowing this historic business to grow and thrive during difficult times. So to be specific, the bill would authorize the use of gray water systems for hand washing and 3-compartment sinks by a public and private building. It's located in a remote area with minimal public access. It operates on a seasonal basis. These the bill, both the Senate and the House bill, have been amended based on some of the recommendations that we've gotten with testimony. And I would just simply say to you that this is a business on the waterfront of the Wicomico River. It asks a interesting question, although limited in application, is what are some of the best practices for allowing seasonal businesses to operate near water that might be more environmentally responsible than putting in a fully fledged sewer system? So in this case, the business has the ability to handle bathroom facilities in a different way. This is a tiki bar of sorts that we're trying to grant this permission to do the work. We do need legislative support in this situation. Be glad to answer questions, but I think I've introduced the bill in my own words in the best way possible and would consider ask for your favorable report. So thank you very much.
Okay, next up is Carl Knorr. Carl, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes. Carl, is he with us?
He goes by John Knorr.
Oh.
He has the Carlness trait, but he goes by John.
I see. Okay. John Knorr. Well, apparently John Knorr isn't here either. So
I see his name. Yeah.
I think Mary Lehman kept her hand up from the last thing. Linda Foley has a question. Let's go to Linda. Go ahead.
Really quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to the bill sponsor, my understanding is that this is, did you mention that this is a local bill now?
Yes.
Yes. So yesterday I took the opportunity to drive to Salisbury. We met with Wicomico County Council, and there was the appetite to make this a Wicomico County only bill. So Delegate Anderton, so long as we're conforming with the Senate bill, which is the intention, we'll be bringing changes to the bill that make it apply only to Wicomico County.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Any other questions for Delegate Boyce?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Delegate Adams.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well.
Have you addressed the Maryland Association of County Health Officers message?
Right. So we view that to be somewhat constructive to the bill and its intent. And I believe that the senator's amendment speaks generically to the challenges there. But at the end of the day, I think we can get where we need to go at the same time, meeting the business's needs by viewing that testimony as being constructive.
Yeah, I think it was just an issue with the definition of gray water as it was contradictory to the actual codes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
We understand that and appreciate your question because I think it's constructive to the end goal here, which is to help the business that already exists there. By the way.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other questions for the sponsor? Seeing none, that'll conclude the public hearing on House Bill 1126. Let's go to 1133. Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to present House Bill 1133. I am Charles Otto, delegate for Somerset County, chair of the delegation. We have a bill about tributary sanctuaries. The Minokan River has been designated the fifth restoration sanctuary a few years ago, and we've had issues with some of the substrate they want to use in the river, and concerns about navigation and this other seafood that it could, or aquatic animals it could create problems for. And we've introduced this to move the Minokan River Sanctuary to the Severn River Sanctuary. Create the Severn River as the fifth restoration sanctuary. The Minokan River had a fair population of oysters to start with, and that's one of the reasons that the department decided to pick it, apparently, because it would be successful no matter what they did to it. And we've had issues with the stone that they were going to bring in December with the size, and we ask a favorable report of this bill. And I think there's some folks in the Severn River, as this committee toured a few years ago and saw some projects they were doing on a small scale to restore the oyster populations. And I think they have a opportunity for success there that really needs to take place. So I ask your favorable report.
Okay, let's, I believe Jesse Eileth is signed up in favor. Jesse, are you with us here?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you've got 2 minutes. Welcome to the committee.
Thanks again, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jesse Eileth. I'm Executive Director of the Severn River Association, our nation's oldest watershed organization, and we're here in support of House Bill 1133. As Delegate Otto mentioned, the gist of this bill is that it would move the targeted restoration that is pursuant to the Chesapeake Bay Agreement of 2014 from the Minokan to the Severn River. We at Severn River Association want to be clear that we support oyster restoration generally across the state, but if the communities in the Minokan's watershed are not in favor of that restoration work being done in the Minokan, we're more than happy to accept investment in the oyster resource in the Severn River. We have on our own developed a robust oyster restoration program, both through the Marylanders Grow Oysters program, where we have over 300 waterfront property owners participating and growing 1,500 cages off of piers in our river, but also through a new initiative and a partnership with the Oyster Recovery Partnership called the Build a Reef program, where we have used private funding to plant over 85 million oysters in the Severn River. And that's, again, with private funding. So we think that if we were to be the beneficiary of the restoration resources contemplated by the Chesapeake Bay Agreement, we could really put all of those resources to great use in the Severn. And one final note I want to mention is that the oysters we've planted in the Severn so far have demonstrated strong survivability ratings, even in the face of extreme freshwater events like that which came in 2018 because of all the rain we had that year. And we've noticed some natural recruitment in our river as well, the growing of new babies. So with that, we urge a favorable report on HB 1133. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to the opponent to the bill, Allison Colden with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and then we will entertain questions for everyone. Allison, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Allison Colden, Maryland Senior Fisheries Scientist with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here in opposition to House Bill 1133. As Jesse mentioned, in 2014, Maryland and Virginia committed through the Chesapeake Bay Agreement to restore oyster populations in 10 tributaries by 2025, and importantly, to ensure their protection. In 2019, this committee passed House Bill 298, which fully executed this goal by listing the 5 tributaries selected for restoration, setting their timeline for completion, and providing statutory protection for these investments as is required by the agreement. The process of selecting Maryland's restoration tributaries has included public input and engagement along the way. It was first discussed as a restoration tributary at the Oyster Advisory Commission in 2017. And in these discussions, the Menoken was ranked highly amongst all the tributaries considered. The subsequent selection of the Menoken was reviewed and approved by the Chesapeake Bay Program's Sustainable Fisheries Goal Implementation Team, and the restoration blueprint itself, which includes the types of materials to be used and where they will be used, was reviewed by the representatives of the Somerset County Watermen's Association, Somerset County Oyster Committee, as well as state and federal agencies and academic partners. Since 2018, when the Menoken River was selected as the 5th tributary, significant progress has already been made. The blueprint has been completed, permits have been secured, procurement contracts for reef construction have already been awarded, and on-the-ground restoration has begun. In 2021, more than 73 million oysters were planted on 15 acres, which brings the total number of restored acres in the river to 35 acres. This bill threatens Maryland's ability to achieve our Chesapeake Bay Watershed Agreement goals and undermines the restoration investments that have already occurred. We urge an unfavorable report. Thank you so much.
I was muted. The vice chair has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For, I guess, the bill sponsor or Mr. Iliff, DNR's letter says, as the legislation is currently drafted, it would not be possible to meet the 2025 federal and state deadline if the large-scale restoration area switched to the Severn River. So do you have any thoughts about what DNR is saying?
I believe that, I believe that goal can be met by dedication. I mean, there's limited times when you can place the substrate in the watersheds and when it's available, and also the spat-on shell that's used in most of them. But I would think they could diligently pursue that. And other things that were stymied by this is we have issues with navigation concerns for recreational use in the Menoken River. There's walled off areas because of navigation to Fairmount and things there in that area of the river where these so-called restoration effects are done. And also the history of the previous restoration efforts in the Tread Avon, the Little Chop Tank, and the Harris Creek, where they did create navigational problems with the substrate that was used.
Okay.
If I could just add, Vice Chair, I think another thing to consider is that this is currently being litigated. There was a request for an injunction by Somerset County against this restoration work. My understanding is that there's a hearing on that in that litigation on March 18th. Anybody's guess how that will pan out, but I would not expect a similar sort of reaction if the restoration were targeted in the Severn.
Okay.
Any further questions for any of the witnesses on this bill? Looks like that's it. So, all right, that ends.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you're welcome. That ends the hearing on that bill. Let's go to the last bill of the evening, 1149, Delegate Jacobs.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to say you saved the best for last. And,
yes, I did.
And I'll also probably be the shortest one, even better. This bill, House Bill 1149 is a bill that was brought to me by an issue with, if you recall last year, the Department of Natural Resources had a departmental bill in to create the shrimp fishery. And that bill was passed last year. And as sometimes occurs, there's always unintended consequences that sometimes fall in behind these pieces of legislation. And in this particular case, that did occur. I was contacted by the Tidal Fish Advisory Commission and also the Shrimp Advisory Commission about a problem with the laws, that the bill that was passed last year, and that needed a regulatory fix. The Department of Natural Resources drafted this legislation to resolve the issue that was brought before them. And this is the legislation before us today was the regulatory fix to the legislation. As it was created last year, we wouldn't have a shrimp fishery because of the restrictions of the distance from shore was much further in what was passed last year than in reality where the actual shrimp are. So this legislation creates a framework of regulations that deals with closed areas, catch limits, season sizes, gear restrictions, reporting requirements, basically addresses all the issues that will be part of a shrimp fishery pilot program. And I contacted the department in charge in Virginia and spoke with them about their program, their pilot program. And I know DNR has been working with them as well. So I have all confidence in the world that DNR will implement this program in the proper manner.
Okay, let's go to the opponent, Larry Jennings. Oh, hold on, before I go to Larry Jennings, yeah, refresh my memory, Jay. We passed this bill last year. If I remember correctly, nobody opposed the bill last year, did they, or did they? I can't remember.
Not to my knowledge. It was the department came in with a bill requesting, to create the shrimp fishery in Maryland. We were all thrilled that
we have shrimp.
that we have shrimp. That we had shrimp. So with water conditions were much better. And it's a limited fishery. It's in its infancy. And basically what happened, Mr. Chairman, was the current law under the manner in which they were going to catch the shrimp would have precluded them from doing so because of the distance from shore.
Okay.
So,
well, all right, let me go to Larry.
That's what this bill is trying to do, is fix that problem through regulatory process.
Okay, Larry Jennings is testifying against the bill. So Larry, welcome back to the committee. You got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Barve. For the record, I'm Larry Jennings with Coastal Conservation Association Maryland and a volunteer with them. Our concerns are the fact that we do not know how many shrimp are in that population. DNR does not know. And when you're looking at a shrimp trawl, it's a totally new type of gear being brought into Maryland. Somebody has to buy that gear. It's not cheap. And once they bought it, it's impossible to close that fishery. Shrimp trawling, for those who may not be aware, it's generally large, some very large boats, and they have very specialized equipment. But what they don't have is any trawl that can catch shrimp and not everything else in the water with those shrimp. And in the case of shrimp fisheries, south and around in the Gulf, those typically harvest for every 100 pounds of shrimp, you will have 500 pounds of bycatch. 80 to 90% of everything in the net is not shrimp. And those fish that are in that net will not live. They are thrown overboard and they will be dead fish on the water. We're not happy about that. We're not happy about the issue of the gear and whether you could close the fishery. And then the last thing is there's no indication that we've seen. We're not privileged to have the list that Delegate Jacobs did, but the the fish will tend to want to concentrate in SAV beds, and that begs the question, will then those trawls be allowed to go into the SAV beds and destroy them while we still struggle to get our SAV back in this bay and helping to clean and protect the water. With that in mind, we hope you, and I'm sorry, I almost forgot the last. What is the provision for recreational anglers to catch shrimp as well? Some may want them for their table, other fishermen might want them for bait.
Okay.
So what are the provisions for that? And with that, we urge you to give this bill an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Delegate Gilchrist has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The shrimp bill we passed last year, was it considered a pilot program?
I think, Delegate Gilchrist, if I'm not mistaken, I don't have a copy of it right in front of me, but I think it was creating the fishery, the shrimp fishery. This one, this year is a corrective bill that gives the Department of Natural Resources regulatory authority to administer the pilot program under a bunch, creating, like I read earlier, the closed areas, catch limits, season size limits, gear restrictions, etc. So it's going to set the framework for the pilot. And that they've been in consultation with Virginia, who's been doing it for several years now. They, so it's not that they're working blindly in this. They actually have another state's history to kind of use as a template.
If it was a pilot program, though, we didn't give them like 3 years to report back, did we?
I don't think there was anything much in last year's bill except for creating the shrimp fishery.
Okay.
I don't think there was any time frame or really much of any condition in it. It was and what happened in this case, the boats that are talking about doing this are small boats with very small trawl rigs, much like you see in the little rivers down in Louisiana, and that's where, through their Shrimp Fishery Commission, and in conjunction with the Tidal Fish Commission, is where this whole issue arose, and that's why they contacted me, and also Senator Carrozza, where a couple of the shrimp fishermen may be working out of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Larry, did you oppose the bill last year? Or did you guys miss it?
I'm not sure. We missed it. We did not testify against it, I don't believe so.
All right. Okay. Any other questions? All right, we'll leave this up to the subcommittee.
Chairman Barve, if I might, if this is a pilot program, can that pilot program results be posted and become part of the record so that everybody can look at this information and see if it's a worthwhile fishery and deserves to be treated as such?
Okay, well, I'll leave that up to the subcommittee. Any further questions? Or okay, it looks like that ends the public hearing on the last bill of the afternoon. So announcements.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Marvin?
Yes, sir. Housing and Real Property Subcommittee will meet at 6:15. And for your scheduling purposes, Mr. Chair, we should be no more than 20, 30 minutes at the max.
Okay. Dana?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the Environment Subcommittee is scheduled to meet after bill hearings. We would need an hour. So if you'd like, we could look to reschedule until tomorrow.
I don't know. I mean, I really want to get work done. I know we have to have a leadership meeting sometime between now and Friday. Patrick, I mean, can we get away with doing our leadership meeting tomorrow? Would that mess up the scheduling for a Friday voting session?
He's not on the meeting.
No, he's not on the meeting. Okay, well,
I'm on the meeting.
But Kristen is. You can talk to Kristen.
Okay, well, all right. Well,
you don't hear me?
Yeah, I guess I mean that for all three of you. Yeah. Does that mess things up?
We have our voting list for Friday already, or were you planning to add additional bills?
Yeah, we do have a list composed that they gave me for Friday.
Okay, well, publish that list for the public.
Mr. Chair, Patrick is here.
Yeah, no, I'm here. What I want to know from the three of you guys is, do we mess? I really would like to have the work product of the subcommittees that are meeting today to be included in the voting session on Friday. And so therefore,
I think we can meet on Thursday.